Hello and welcome in, friends of the YouTube chat. What's up? Hello guys. Hello. Let me switch over to this scene real quick. I don't really have some proper scenes for over here on YouTube, but we're gonna do our best YouTube thing that we can do here today. All right, we're gonna try our best. The music is a little different. It's not from Spotify because we're on YouTube. It's gonna be just some of the music that I put in the YouTube videos usually. So it'll be pretty faint in the background, just kind of doing its thing. And if it gets like too loud at any point, or like you just don't hear it for forever at a time, let me know. But some of these songs are like really quiet and then really loud at the same time, so hard to say. Anyway, if I switch over here, do we... Yes, we are good. Okay, so this is what we're gonna look like. I don't have it on screen chat or anything. But it's usually going to be like this. If we're over on YouTube, we're just going to keep it real simple. Just going to be vibing with the game, and that's about it. So, for those who don't already know about what the plan is today, Drift is also live. Drift is streaming over on Twitch, and I am live here just because it's our YouTube world. So I figured it made sense to do these collabs here. All of the builds that we do here will end up in the world, in the main series, in a future episode. So, for example, what we build to Drift today is going to end up going in an episode at some point as well. And we're in 1.21.3. I don't have all of the mods that I usually have because they're not all updated. So I don't have better clouds at the moment. It's not everything, but I got everything that did update for the most part. And you know, hopefully that does us good. But give me just one moment here. I am go there, just making sure everything's set up and good to go, and we're vibing. But we're gonna do some building with Drift. There's a couple things, and towards the end of stream, I'll announce that I'll announce the next collab because I know who it is and when it'll be. But let me go ahead and see if we can pop over there. I don't know where Drift is in the starting stream shenanigans, but let's see what we got. Drift's link is at the top of chat, by the way. If you guys want to go lurk or have that tab up, also if you want to watch both or whatever the case is, that link is at the top of chat. All right, I'm gonna call and see what we got here. I might need to change my Discord output. Okay, there we go. And then...
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this thing on?
You're loud. Hold on. Rip chat's ears. It's okay.
Hold on.
It's okay. Wait. Okay. We maybe should have tested this. It's okay. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. You're better now. There we go.
Am I better now? Okay. You're
better.
hold on. Let me ask chat. Chat. How does Cody sound? Is he too low? I can turn him up a bit.
Usually I hear that I'm quiet to other people's Discord, so we'll see.
Yeah, you're a little quiet. You are on the quiet side. I've got you boosted though, so
okay.
Chat, give me the thumbs up if Cody sounds good. No thumbs up yet. They're all just silent.
It's because it's me, isn't it?
It's you. It's you. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna boost you. Okay, I think I've boosted you a little bit, and then you know what? We totally should have tested this, but that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a learning lesson.
We tested everything else though, so it's fine.
Yeah, we were like, we're so ready.
Yeah.
We're so ready, and now look at us.
And now not a single thing will go wrong the rest of the entire stream.
Exactly. If there's one hiccup, how could there possibly be more, you know?
That's what I've been saying.
Just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's like my second ever time ever going live on YouTube, so like, you know, I've already got one under my belt. What could go wrong, you know?
Exactly. What could go wrong? Okay, you're still, hold on, you're still a little quiet. I'm gonna turn you up a little bit more.
Okay.
And then I just have to, hold on. My subs, I need to edit then, because then those will be super loud.
Uh-oh.
So loud that
Imagine
people are
you
gonna
forget.
go, ah!
Imagine you forgot about that, and then you get a sub and over.
Let's boost you some more. There we go. And then, you know, do you do this thing with like wherever you like have your alerts and stuff where you're just like, I don't need to name them properly. I'll just let them be. And then when you're trying to find them, you're like, I have no idea where that is.
Yeah, like in OBS, I'll usually have a lot of like just text GDI plus, like I didn't even name it, and I don't even remember what it is, and I gotta like show it to reveal, be like, oh, that's what I made that, and yeah, I do it.
It's literally brutal. It's so bad. That's the position I'm in right now.
Yeah, I'm lucky to at least have my scenes named, because I wouldn't put it past me to not even name those.
Oh yeah, I have stuff. Yeah, my stuff is named like I just spam the keyboard. It's brutal. Okay, I think I've got, I balanced myself out, so like I think we're on the same level, so then chat can turn up the stream. I think we're good.
Okay, that works. Dang, I guess
I think we're ready to go.
Figure out why maybe it's from my end. I'll eventually have to turn myself up for others or something.
Yeah, microphones are the hardest thing. That's the thing. Yeah. Microphones never make sense.
Yeah, I have, since I started the Inspire world, I have gone through so much like pain trying to figure out how not to get my PC to come through over the mic because it's so loud. And
oh, like the fans?
Yeah, because I don't know, it's just my setup's really loud for some reason. But recently I took to like halfway through like a recording, I just paused it and I was like, okay, drastic times, so I took apart my whole office, unhooked everything, reset everything up in a different way just to get it to not come through. It worked, but you know, at what cost?
You know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. You know what happened to me this morning? It's not my PC that's loud, but I have my like microphone cord. The way that I cable managed my desk, it was touching the like power cord to my PC. So it was creating a buzzing noise because of the electrical current.
Oh yeah.
And anytime I spoke, like underneath it'd be like a noise. So I had to like shift everything around this morning. Oof. So it stopped doing that.
Yeah.
PC things, you know?
Yeah, why can't everything
Gotta
just
do what you gotta
work,
do.
you know?
All right, I'm gonna log into the world. Are you as well? Are you already logged in?
I've been logged in just to make sure it was all good.
Wow, classic me. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna log in real quick.
Yep, I've actually been here by myself for so long. I was actually about to leave because I was alone for so long.
You were like, she's not gonna show up.
Yeah. Yeah.
She ditched me, basically.
Yeah, but you know,
I can never do that to you.
Wouldn't be the first time. It's just, you know, it's I think it's like a smell thing, you know.
You know what? I feel like it's a smell thing for me too.
Dang.
So like, I think we're in this together then.
Yeah.
Like people always just like they ditch me and they always kind of say something about my smell.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm just like,
I don't know why that is.
I don't know. It is what it is, you know?
Right.
I see
Well,
you now.
it looks like we got the world working. So the best part is when, so I plan to have a lot of people that I know on here, and you're the first. So congratulations. We have all this world blank of anything built, and it's gonna add up to have like all of the different things that people build in here. It's all just gonna be like one big, here's everything, and then everything that we do in this world, all of the builds and everything, it's kind of like, okay, in whatever, you know, future episode that it works, I'm gonna be like, hey, I did this build with this person, and here's what we did, and here's, you know, where I'm putting it, and all of that kind of stuff. And it'll be a good way to kind of capitalize on the goal of the series, which is inspiration, right? So to bring out the inspiration in anything that people see other people do, if that makes sense, and just make people feel inspired. But one person can only do so much, right? No matter how good or unique their style is. So being able to showcase what other people can do and what other people think about and how other people approach things, I think is a really good way to kind of cover a broad range.
Can I just say I'm so honored that I am the first person in this world. And I won't do you dirty. I won't do you dirty. I promise.
Yeah, because
wow,
I feel like
thank you.
I feel like if I have Sev on here at some point, I'll probably get done dirty in the form of like a big dirt pile in the inside of whatever we build.
It'll be poo. It's not gonna be dirt. It'll be poo. 100%.
Oh, yeah, it'll happen.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
Wow, okay, I am so excited. So excited.
Heck yeah.
Where do we begin?
Oh, well, actually, before we build anything, a couple things. I don't know if you're able to show them on your stream, but I did have you send me some pictures of some of the builds that you've done.
You know what? I don't have that set up, so I'm going to tell my chat right now. Everybody, in that pinned message, go over to Acrylic's channel and go check out his stream, and while you're at it, you should subscribe, because he has some photo references of all my stuff, and just take it away. Just go for it.
There we go. Okay, well, actually, it's more of a reversal here, because I was gonna ask you to take it away. I'm going in order of how they were sent. I don't know if it was like exactly how you selected them, but it's how they showed up for me. But I was curious to know as we go through, because there's 4 of them. Like, what's the basically what prompted the build? Like, you know, usually people will be like, oh, I need to build this for this, or, you know, because of this or whatever. Like, what prompted it? What were you thinking about when you went to build it? Is there anything here that was like the very first? I still have Twitch alerts on at the moment. Hold on. I gotta turn those off real quick.
I'm looking at it on my phone because, listen, I'm a scuffed streamer where I'm like, I don't even have access to the desktop on my stream. It's just game only. Okay, so this is my iron farm that I did in my chill survival world. What prompted it? Obviously, I wanted to cover up the iron farm, but I wanted it just to look like, I don't know, kind of like half industrial, half cottagecore. So I wanted it to have like function and purpose and have that like sort of industrial vibe, but it had to fit the theme of my chill survival world, which was very much centered around like cozy building. So I tried to like balance both of them. If that makes sense. So I did like, you know, like the classic spruce beams, but then I added in like a little bit of like granite and diorite, which I think looks like, I find like the stones and the copper lean towards more industrial in a way.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like the purpose and like, I guess the idea behind the build.
Heck yeah. Yeah, that I think that's what I was. So when I looked at this, that was the feeling I was getting, but I didn't realize that that's what I was getting from it. Like, I didn't realize that was what was going on. So when you worded it like that, and you were like, hey, I'm splitting this between cottagecore and industrial, that's kind of when it clicked, and I was like, that's why it, you know, because it has a specific look. And maybe if anyone out there was like me and you were just like, I can't put my finger on why, like that right there, that is perfect, where it's like, not something you ever really see or would expect, but it's really kind of taken that unorthodox approach, which I think can lead to some really interesting things.
I'm so glad you got that vibe. That's exactly what I was going for, so.
Yeah. I'm actually, you said this to me, I'm looking at this more in detail. I'm pretty sure I remember watching this episode, which is funny enough. It was like one of the first ones of that series that I had seen. Anyway, the next one we have is right here. Hopefully it's not too delayed for you.
And chat, I reiterate, go over to Cody's stream to see these references because I am the scuffed queen. I don't have these. This is a good build. Okay, so this is another cottagecore build I did. It was for a long play series that I actually never really completed. So the build's kind of been like lost to that world. Yeah. I'd love to repurpose it one day and like change it up a little bit. Basically like same idea where it was like I wanted just like a really cozy house in the mountains. And I think for this one, I don't even remember what I was kind of going for. I think it was just like, see, I'm always a cottagecore gal, you know? I think I was really like playing around with like the oak and the moss together. Like that is one of my favorite combinations now. And I think that's probably one of the first times that I like started exploring with that a little bit more. And just like having like, what I like about this build is like, I like how I have a very like structural, let's say like cubist and rectangular build, but then adding like little bits here and there, just like a little bit of detail, like the thing that connects the tower with the house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just like little pops that like make it look less cubist, if that makes sense.
Yeah. A lot of people will approach building with the very like, let's get some really nice, easy to understand shapes. But then at the same time, a lot of people always think that that's a bad thing, or like that is basic, quote unquote, like of a way to build. Like, oh no, if I want to be crazy, I have to build diagonals and circles and do all these crazy things together. But at the end of the day, it's not so much the shapes you're building in, it's what you do with those shapes. And I think this is a great example of taking something that somebody who is just kind of getting into building might look at the basic shapes before the detail, might look at that and say, well, you know, that's more of like a basic style. Like I need to do something that's a little crazier, but you don't really need to do that. I mean, two things that I'm looking at that I really like in this build alone that caught my eye immediately was the double chimney, which I don't think I've ever seen.
Love a double chimney.
the good old double chimney. And then this like, I don't know. I don't even know what the right word for this is. Like, I can think of the word, but not quite. It's the fences with the leaves that are connecting the bulk of the house on the second floor to the little tower. Just that little detail right there to kind of fill that space. Whatever you would call
I don't know
that.
what it's called. I don't, and usually like sometimes I hang banners from those as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called though.
Yeah. If I've done it with banners in like one build before, as more it was like in a city, kind of like a little like laundry clothesline kind of thing. But I know there's got to be a word if it's like foliage or something, right? Going across? I don't know.
Yeah, something like that.
Anyway, this I hadn't seen this one before you had sent it, so I do really like this one as well. Definitely repurpose it at some point, because I know.
Yeah. It needs some love, I think.
Yeah, it's worth it. Okay, here's the third one we have, and this one is a bit of a jump.
Oh yes, okay. This one is my fantasy style cottage that I did for like a Terralith commentary long play. And then I wanted to do kind of like, what are those, like Viking houses where like it's just like a giant triangle, but then it just didn't fit the vibe of like the biome that I had chosen. And I was like, I think what I want really is just like a super steep roof.
Yeah.
And not a triangle house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I still wanted it to be like a little bit fantasy. So that was like Yeah, and it's the same thing where it's like very structural still, but I think what I like the most about it is just like, you know what, the double chimney. It's
I
always the double
was just
chimney,
about
isn't
to
it?
say. I
They're
was
really
like,
and super tall chimneys. Those are dope.
yeah. Well, okay, because you kind of needed tall chimneys with how big this roof was. Like you gotta
Yeah,
have the chimney visible from the other side at least partially. Otherwise, like, did you even chimney? You know?
exactly. Like if somebody like I just sometimes I try to picture like who would live in this build,
Yeah.
and I'm like the person who built a roof so steep would never ever build a short chimney.
No,
You know what I
no.
mean? Like
Yeah,
they
with
would be
how
like,
tall
I
that roof
love
is.
chimney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They probably also always insist on how tall they are as well. Just based on the roof they have. That's kind of the vibe I get.
absolutely.
Yeah.
They're like,
I
oh,
w-
I'm like a solid 6'4".
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
oh
yeah.
no.
And they're actually like 5'11", but like really want to be 6 foot, you know?
Yeah, like that's generous, you know?
Yeah, so based on the builds I've seen here so far, whatever we come up with has to have a double chimney. We can put that on the list.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree. We have to do double chimney, and I would say that like thing with the fences and the leaves. I don't even know what it's called.
Yeah, whatever that is, that's pretty cool. I do like that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You said this was lightly modded. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's the Terralith, where the Terralith mod where it just like repurposes blocks basically and like
Right.
turns them into different biomes. So it's not actually any new like
Okay.
blocks added. It's just like repurposed
Yeah.
blocks added in. And I think they messed with the colors a bit too, because
Yeah.
that I don't think there's a purple ground in Minecraft.
I was gonna say
is
that
there?
doesn't look quite like mycelium. Mycelium's a bit different, but
Yeah,
yeah, it might have been like the biome tinting where they kind of shade the leaves and grass and stuff.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I never played with that mod before, but I think those mods are really cool. A mod that doesn't add anything, it just takes everything and is like, here's my version, you know?
I know. I like that too because I'm like, I think it just, I don't know, repurposing the blocks that already exist to see what else you can do with it. And also, I think it's probably less intensive
Yeah.
on a computer as well. So I think it's more accessible for people to play.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about it that way, but
Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
we've got a very pink final build going on here.
Oh, I think I know which one I gave. I forgot which ones I gave you. Okay. Chill Survival House. This was when the new update dropped for the cherry biome.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, what was I even thinking? This looks like not in a bad way. I remember building this out in a creative world one day and then
Yeah.
asking for like, I think it was like Sev and Frog's opinion because I was just chatting with them in a Discord.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, I think like the thing I wanted to focus on was like that little swoopy roof.
Yeah.
It looks kind of like a mid-century bungalow. I don't know if you guys have those where you live. Like they're very popular in Canada.
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever heard the phrase mid-century bungalow in my life, so I don't think I know what that is.
I'll send you some pictures later.
Okay.
They're
right.
everywhere in Canada, but like,
Yeah.
it kind of looks like a bungalow. But I think for that one, like I was kind of just like testing different roof styles. You know what I
Right.
mean? That's kind of what I go into with every build where it's like, what's one thing I can learn from this?
Yeah. I like that.
And even though it's like such a small little roof, I think like that's definitely the focal point for sure.
Yeah. You had mentioned that you didn't know what you were thinking when you built this, and I actually, but like not in a bad way. I had a similar, like when I first saw this, I kind of thought the same thing. I was like, okay, what were you thinking when you came up with this? Because like the other ones, I can kind of see like with the other three builds, it's like, okay, like this is a drift build. I can kind of see where your mind was at, which is a lot along the lines of where it usually is, at least in terms of style and everything,
Yeah.
or just generally something that I have seen built. But
Yeah.
the craziness with this one is I think the most like unorthodox, I guess.
Literally, it's kind of like, oh, she kind of went off, you know?
Yeah.
But I always feel like if I go off in a different direction, I always bring it back with like some of my like, I don't even know if it's signature detailing, but
Right.
at the end of the day, it always looks like something I build and I
Yeah.
can't explain it. Do you ever feel that with your builds where like, even if you try something different, there's always something that will make it like an acrylic build?
Yeah. It's kind of like I guess habits in building, where you just
Yes.
kind of you have like your little like comfort detail, and you're like, okay, I gotta have that. I can't not have that,
Exactly. That's how I feel too, where it's like you've always gotta have like one little thing that kind of just like it's your signature. It's cool.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
that's a bad
100%.
thing though.
No, no. And this is so the choice of walls being pink and middle of the roof being pink, bold call, but it actually worked somehow.
Kind of
And
works.
I never would have done it. I never would have been brave enough to be like, okay, same exact color, same block. I couldn't
I
have done it.
think what made it work is that it's a smaller build though. I think on a bigger build it'd be like no way, because like
Yeah.
otherwise you'd have to hide that with so much detail. But
Right.
like the walls are already kind of hidden
Mhm.
because it's such a small build. I think if the surface area is bigger, it wouldn't have worked for sure.
That's fair. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
another thing that I'm seeing, at least from people over here, is their favorite detail is kind of like the split level look. And it's not even like, it doesn't even look like it's really all that different in terms of like what Y level it's on. But the way the front of the house is set up, it almost looks like that front door to the right is like down in the ground a little. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Even though it's
Yeah.
not. It's like this weird like visual kind of thing where it kind of feels like the you have to step down to get to the door or whatever, but it creates that really cool illusion.
Yeah, exactly. It's totally an illusion. And you know what the funniest part is? Like that was so unintentional, but then I learned something from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that worked out pretty good. I think part of it, I wonder if part of it isn't that from that side of the house to the opposite side of the house, it gradually just gets taller. And so you've kind of like forced that perspective from that specifically.
Yeah. It's like a little trick of the eye, you know?
Yeah. I gotta get better at recognizing those.
I know. See, that's the thing. I think like we all inherently do that with our building. Like we've all learned it. Because like if you're building day in and day out, you're going to learn those things, but it's like recognizing it.
And
like, oh, that's what.
How to intentionally do it.
Yes, exactly. I think I need to get better at that too.
Yeah. Because like I've accidentally done it. And then it's like, well, I don't know how I did it, but I like it.
Yeah, exactly. That's story of my life with building.
Yeah. All right. Heck yeah. So with these 4 builds that we just looked at, how many of them are in like active series that you're currently still going on?
You know what? None of those are now. That's kind of wild. I didn't even give you like a recent build.
Dang.
Yeah, those are all older ones.
I guess you got to step it up with your recent stuff to have one to be able to say. Yeah.
Exactly. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Like I think recently what I've been working on is kind of like I've been obsessed with making like villages that all have the same palette, because I've never really done that before in my series. I kind of just like go off for every build.
Yeah.
But recently in like the guild, and also I did like 100 days survival island, I like committed to one specific palette, and I love the look of that.
Right.
But obviously it only works when you have a full village.
Yeah.
Because it just like everything looks so uniform and the same but different. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. See, it's funny you say that, because I'm kind of in the opposite boat, where most everything I've done from like my main writing world has been like, okay, I'm building up these areas where the architecture is like very close, very much like this culture and, all of that. So I'm like building these really similar things over and over. And now I'm at a point where it's like, I feel like I've done that too much, and I need to figure out how to have builds together that I do go off like for all of them, and it's like different and like unique, because it's just not something I've done.
That is so interesting that we're both like doing the opposite of one another. Like that's I'm currently learning what you pretty much like specialize in. That's wild.
It's funny how that works. Building is a much, I guess, vaster is maybe the right word, kind of landscape than I think anyone, even myself, realizes at times.
Oh, it's like, I mean, it's never ending. It's kind of wild how in Minecraft there's like certain trends that have evolved over time. Like there's definitely stuff that's in fashion right now.
Right.
For like the longest time I've noticed, I feel like it's kind of starting to shift a bit. Like like very like big grand, like kind of like tavern builds were very popular, like
Oh
last
yeah.
year, I think.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But I think that now those are kind of shifting towards like fantasy and incorporating like more organics.
Yeah, I've definitely seen organics kind of tick up lately.
Yeah, definitely. It's just funny how it really does evolve. And like, I don't know, people are always doing things where like I see it and I'm like, I never thought to do that with a block. That's like how did you even come up with that?
The amount of times I see that, and especially it's always the things that are like painfully obvious, like things to use, and then it's just used in a way that's like, okay, I wish I had your mind, you know, because
Me
I
too.
couldn't have.
Exactly. I'm like, I'm simply not smart enough for that.
Yeah. I do have a couple of images that I found some like good inspiration.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I don't know how if you've got any or how many or kind of the vibe, but I will send you a couple of what I found that I thought was really cool that we could try and pull from if it
Yeah,
wants to
send me
send.
some on Discord. I think I have some as well. Hold on. Let me do a couple of screenshots. Give me 1 second.
All right, chat.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on
I'm
a
muted real
second.
quick.
Let me get
I need to figure out a toggle.
let me get all of my stuff ready. Pinterest. So, okay, Cody, can you explain the vibe we're going for today?
Yeah, so we need to build we're leaning fantasy. So that's kind of the big thing to begin with is we're kind of putting switching the fantasy flip on, and we are looking for a little cluster of buildings, like 2 or 3, whatever kind of feels right, for this little area that's gonna sit underneath a really large tree. Is it, how do you say, is it like jacaranda? I don't know. But it's gonna be one of those trees. It's gonna be massive, to the point where the canopy is, 50 plus blocks above whatever we build, just kind of covering the whole thing. And that'll really be like the focal point. But these buildings are going to be sort of this kind of complementary part to this, what will eventually be like really big kind of scenery that we're putting together, and will be like a nice detail to be able to kind of approach from like a road and kind of walk around and just see that big tree looming overhead, and really like sell, I guess, the kind of area we're building up, right? So something like a little witch's hut, I think for sure, like witch cottage, whatever we come up with, something like that. Lean into the whole, like, maybe have like an herbalist or like a botanist kind of person there as well, like somebody who's very naturey to kind of go with that, and then we can kind of come up with whatever else, if anything else feels like it would fit, right?
Perfect. Gotcha. So, and I'm assuming like what we're gonna do is like the palette can be almost anything as long as they all fit together, obviously, right? So each build can kind of maybe have its own distinct palette.
Oh yeah. The only thing that needs to happen is that it is survival friendly, and that's about it.
Okay, sweet. That is easy peasy. All right, I want to see like your references first, because I do have some, but I just don't know if they're gonna fit the vibe of what we're going for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I am doing my best to send them, but Discord on my phone is infinitely buffering. That's where I have the pictures.
Discord on my phone is like kind of weird lately. Sometimes I'll go onto a server and it's like there's no channels here, and I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's I feel like it was a recent update that kind of made it weird. Let me see if I can see. Usually if I need to get pictures from my phone to my PC, I'll just like message them to myself and then download them on the PC, and it's a little scuffed. Let me see if I can figure that out here.
Cool. I'm gonna grab some references as well.
Muted myself real quick. Interested in seeing a Cody and Drift tag team organics. Organics are something I definitely need to work on. You're sure. In due time, we're gonna feature a lot of people on here that have different styles, and we'll eventually have somebody who's like a big organics person probably, and be able to kind of hone in on that specifically. I need this stuff to start working because apparently it does not want to. I think it's my phone. I'm not even gonna lie. I think it's my phone. Because it's like slow with everything at the moment. How's it going, Fern? Good to see you. My phone is very... Like, it's not just Discord. I thought it was just Discord. It does not appear to be Discord. Because I'm loading up, like, other apps, and it's also, like, not... It might be because I'm trying to upload to Discord at the moment, and it's, like, not happy about it. Is there... I can't even, like, hold the power. Yeah, my phone is scuffed. Restart phone, please. I was trying to, like, hold the power button, and it was, like, opening a different app, and I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. It's phone scuff. Techniques, gradients were huge for a while, and now people have moved on to the realistic shading with their texturing. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I think that was B-Dubs really kicked that off. Maybe wasn't like the first person, but like the person who really made it go like mainstream, the whole shading thing. Like once we started to see B-Dubs play with that a while ago, it was kind of like from there, it was just everywhere. It was like this switch from like the scatter texturing to like shading, and it was like, whoa. It's like B-Dubs was able to put it out there where like so many people were gonna see it, you know? And definitely changed the game from that, which was kind of crazy. You kind of see it in editing too. B-Dubs kind of changed the game editing wise, like what we've been using in Inspire for like our little time lapses and everything. Like that's 100% because of that, right? And other people do it too. There's a lot of other people who are using that style now. So it's kind of crazy that he was able to kind of force that big of a shift in like both of those different areas. Also, how's the background music? Is it too loud, too quiet? It kind of goes up and down. It's the same music that I usually play in the YouTube videos. But you know, because of the compositions will be very quiet, and then they'll like really ramp up because they're like proper like like musical pieces. And I don't usually listen to like fancy stuff like that, but hopefully it's all right. The biggest thing, like, it can get quiet at times, just as long as the loud parts aren't too loud. That's the big thing, right? Okay, let me retry that.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Okay, I think I got it.
You gotta be for real. I'm collecting like very similar vibes.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Okay, I'm so glad. The one thing that makes me a little bit sad, I use Pinterest a lot now.
Yeah.
Well, I always have, but man, I even feel like guilty sending it to you. It's just like so much AI art. Like,
dude,
it's just flooded. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I saw the same thing when I was looking for intro. I was seeing the same thing, and I was like,
yeah, you probably saw the same ones as me. Like, it's just like
maybe this one, and then I would see there was AI, and I was like, and then I was like, I'll pass, and so that I kept looking. But dude, if I saw one that I could see was like actual art, like somebody did it, that kind of gave it bonus points for me. Because then I was like,
absolutely bonus points.
Yeah, because then I was like, you know what, this is the one, you know.
Yeah, agreed.
Let me save the ones. So the ones I sent to you were also to get on my PC here. So let me save all of these together, and then I can kind of show them all collectively here.
Perfect.
And yeah, no, you aren't You are not kidding about kind of having the same thing going on here.
It's such a struggle.
Great.
It's literally like, I feel as though almost like 60% of it is becoming AI art now. It's just getting flooded.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is. I don't think it comes from like, you know, a place of like bad meaning or ill will or anything. I think a lot of it is just it allows people to be a lot, I guess lazier is the word, with like, you know, somebody who maybe, I don't know, let's just use ourselves as an example, right? Like, oh, I really want to build this thing, but like I need some inspiration. And so like some people will just be like, all right, let me just go generate some, you know, have AI do it for me. Like, you know,
exactly.
Fetch me
That's
the inspiration.
100% it.
You know?
Yep. That is exactly what I think it is too.
All right, let me see if I can pull these up, and I'll, I know Chad is on the edge of their seats waiting to see some of the images here. All right, if I change the scene here, I'm assuming, are you able to show any of these on your end?
Probably not. That's why I keep directing everybody to your stream.
Fair enough.
Acrylic stream is better, by the way. So just go there and make sure you sub.
It gets to a point. Why are you guys even watching me? Like, honestly.
Yeah. What are you doing here? What are you doing on my stream?
Okay. Here's an image that this is one of them that I had found last night that I had put into the pool here. So, like I mentioned a bit ago, we're going for that kind of like fantasy. It's definitely gonna have a little bit of that like cottagecore vibe to it, that like overgrown, naturey sort of feel, and it's all gonna be under like this one big tree that's just kind of looming over top. So it's gonna be kind of in this mix of like forest like shading from the canopy, but also like little rays of light will probably be poking through in little bits.
Ooh, yeah. My chat said it looks like it's like super cozy, but it's also like swampy and almost like Louisiana witch cottage, which I agree. I think that's super cool.
Yeah, I agree as well. Everyone in Louisiana feeling called out right now. Let me get another one. So here's another one. This is another one that I had found last night, which is kind of similar. This one's like more in the vein of like kind of different time period for sure. A little more ominous, I would say. Like less cozy, more, I guess, like cold.
Yeah, more like Salem witch vibes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah.
Here is one that you had sent, which is a little lacking a few pixels, but that's not Drew's fault.
No, it's not my fault.
Yeah. This one is like, this is full on like, about is heavy into the like fun fantasies you can go, I think.
Mm-hmm. Lots of like, it's definitely like a combination of like the color palette and like the curves, you know?
Right. Yeah. Those colors are like, that is a bold choice to have. Like I'm seeing in the wall right now, I see this like bright teal. I'm seeing this like hot pink, this like dark blue, this strong yellow. Like those are some bold choices to have together.
Such a vibe, but also I'm like, I pray for you if we choose a palette like that, because the blocks to attain that is actually kind of hard. So
yeah. Here's another one right here, which I'll just kind of keep a little zoomed out so you can kind of more or less see what's going on. This is like, it's got that build that's like a build stacked on a build inside of a build on top of another build on a build. You know what I mean?
Hey, I love the stacked builds. You know what I mean?
I do too.
I love them. I have yet to master them though.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really done one that was like a build on a build and a build next to a build, but like they're really cool. So whenever I see them, I'm kind of like, yeah, bonus points, because that's pretty cool.
Agreed.
Overall, I think this is like, I would say this would be really good for like a naturey, flowery kind of person, kind of vibe, more so than like the witch per se.
Agreed.
Struggling to figure out what kind of like time period or like what kind of influences I'm seeing, because I'm getting a little bit of like everything, you know?
Yeah, I feel like with that one, it's kind of just like, That I don't even know what the fantasy inspiration would be. Actually, I couldn't even tell you because
Yeah.
it feels like a mishmash of like many things. Which
Yeah.
you know what? I kind of think that sums up my builds too.
Right. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I am noticing
something like that. With like the shape though, you could change the palette and then drastically change the vibe of it. I think. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. I think the palette definitely like it goes a long way in like speaking to what the build is trying to be, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
I am noticing a double chimney, but like this is a crazy double chimney because they're so far away and completely different.
Yes.
You have one on like the bottom, and then you have the really, really big one up top.
Yeah, you've got like the one that's like, you know, like the blacksmith chimney, and then
Yeah.
you've got like the fancy grand chimney for like the bedroom or something.
Yeah.
Like two different functions. I think that's actually a really cool idea that we should implement into our build. Like find a way to do two different types of chimneys, but make it work.
Yeah. I think there would be a lot of potential, especially in like whatever we do for like a witch that might be residing there, because
Yes.
that kind of opens the door for like, okay, you know, we have these different elements or different witchy things that might be going on.
I'm basically just here today to sell you on the double chimney.
That's fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys knew this. Drift actually gets commission on double chimneys from the chimney company. So that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
This one right here, I don't know why, but when I saw this, it just looked like a cake. You know what I mean? Like the cakes that don't look like cakes.
Oh yeah, you know what? It's the AI like smoothness of it.
Yeah, that's gonna be what it is. Cause I saw this and I don't know why. My first thought was, dude, I want to take a bite of that.
Dude, okay, for some reason nothing makes me more angry than is it cake reels and TikToks, because I'm like, it just like infuriates me. I'm like, what is the point of this? But then I always watch it, you know?
Yeah. I always watch it and I'm like, yeah, I'd eat it. You know?
Yes, I'd take a bite. I would.
I'd take a bite out of that. Yeah. Oh no. It's good though. See, I think what really sells this is like it's not just this like overgrown, oh, there's leaves everywhere, you know, oh, there's grass everywhere. It actually looks as though like you have these tree branches that are along the side, or like these little like I guess branches or like vines or whatever, that are almost like holding up like a little mossy like patch of just like actual land that's like tied into the build. I don't know if that makes sense. Like
yes,
it's weird. It's like these little mini trees or like roots that are kind of holding up these little mossy things, and that's just like the house at the same time.
Yes, it's bizarre. Yeah, it's almost like it grew from the ground, kind of.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. I guess it depends on the scale, but having some kind of like branch or like root effect that kind of like comes from the terrain into the build is a really interesting thing to potentially try.
I feel like that would fit in line with like the whole tree thing we're trying to do, because like the tree that you're building would have giant roots anyway, right?
Yeah. So it's gonna be, so what makes it sit so far up partially is that next to whatever we build, I'm gonna eventually terraform like this kind of hill of sorts or some kind of elevated terrain, and it's gonna be kind of at like maybe a 30-degree angle, like away from that hill, but like over top what we build, if that makes sense, if you can picture that.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, so the roots will kind of go into that, but we could potentially even have like something where we build like part of one of the roots or whatever that interacts with the area we're doing, and that could be like tied in somehow.
I feel like that could be super cool.
Yeah.
It literally, as long as it works, I think it would make sense. I mean, it's like when you go through an old neighborhood and like the sidewalk lifts because the roots are like just like giga roots now, you know?
Giga roots. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. This image right here, I don't know if you see it, but I'm looking at this, and the more I look at it, the more I'm convinced that the inside of this build is like a gift shop.
It has to be. Why is it so warm? You know,
it's so warm. I feel like there's a million things I can see through the windows. Like this looks like a place that I would like. I would see this at like Disney World or something. You know what I mean? And that's like
Yep.
the gift shop where you where you go and get all this stuff.
Yes, I would immediately like be pulled into it, you know?
Yeah. Also,
I think that's actually something interesting to consider though, what you just said about like the warmth through the windows, because I don't always consider that in Minecraft. Like, how do you convey like warmth coming through a window?
Yeah, especially if it's like, okay, I got to do that, but like without shaders. You know what I mean? Because then it's like real tricky.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. I agree. I've not really thought about that too much, but it could do a whole lot for a build.
Yeah.
And man, it could even come down to like maybe not even so much the lighting that you do. Like you'll have to use some lighting to sell it, but like in the windows, using certain blocks kind of visible through the window, if that makes sense, like on the inside somewhere, like in a build where you're not too worried about what's inside, you could kind of sell it with like these oranges and yellows that you might see from like a distance, and you peek through and it's like, oh, that looks kind of warm, and then you know you don't realize at first that it's like just an effect that's played with like a facade or whatever.
Exactly. Like you can literally just like, even I think even using like stained glass to an extent, or like terracottas even, and stuff like that could be like kind of interesting, because I don't really do that often with windows.
Right. Okay. There's a lot of fruit in this one. A lot of fruit going on. For
I didn't even notice that. Why are there fruit baskets on? We're not doing anything like that, by the way. That one, I love the shape of it, and also like why you got two doors? Why they lead to the same spot? You know?
Yeah, we're seeing the AI special right here, I think.
Yeah.
But I think like from a distance, I think what sells it is kind of like the overall shape of what's going on.
Yes. It's definitely the shape. It's one of those things where sometimes with like Pinterest art and stuff, you go in for like a specific purpose and then just like disregard the rest. You're like, shape good. Everything else, ignore.
Right.
Also, why does the top of the tower have like a weird feather on top? Like it's like a tail almost.
It's like it's reaching over to like the other roof right there. Yeah,
it's not right.
I don't know. And there's also just like, I don't know why they have their plumbing going up out of the roof, and then just like it's just like sheared in. That pipe is just sheared off.
You know, I could do an entire stream of us just talking about weird AI art all day, because like now that I think about it, the baskets of fruit, like what is this, like Martha Stewart nightmare? What is going on?
This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I saw it, you know?
Yeah, me too. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. I think, okay, this image right here, this is one that I found last night. I think this is the first one I saved when I saw it, because this one kind of like really had all of the pieces I was looking for, where I was like, okay, this is the vibe, you know?
What strikes me is like the water. I don't do enough with water often.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, the water kind of like falling off. I'm like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And also just like everything's super overgrown. The mushrooms, you got the mushies, you know?
Yep.
See, like that's what I want to learn. Like more organics being like built into things, because I'm so bad at that.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, we could try and give this like big mushroom thing growing. It could even be like from behind the house, but like it grew kind of into it and kind of like bust through like a wall and part of the roof or whatever, like over time kind of effect.
Yes.
That could
would
be
be
something
super cool.
that we play around with a little bit. I'm even thinking like we could have like a little pond that's kind of in front of a build like this, and you know, have this like little ledge built up with like this little wooden dock crossing part of it, and even play around with things like all of the different glassy effects you can do for like the little water stream spilling into like what we have going on down there. That could be pretty cool.
I feel like that gives me kind of like witchy vibes, because I just picture that like, I don't know, like a witch using a certain type of ingredient, and then somehow it just like got overgrown into their house, and they were just like, well, guess this is my life now.
It tried to brew something up and then gave up on it, and just like, you know, opened the back door and just like, you know, slung it into the grass and was like, get rid of it. And then like didn't realize that all of a sudden, like now you have this big big thing that sprouted up from it.
Exactly. What do you think they were trying to brew? I think they were trying to like reinvent Dr. Pepper, like their own version.
They wanted to add a 24th spice to it, but
Yeah.
it was too many.
Just
23
too
was the
much.
right number. Yeah, the mushroom is actually the 24th spice. That keeps Dr. Pepper at 23.
That's the lore.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I love it.
Me too.
That is all the images. Oh, but here okay. Some backstory on this one. This is actually what I'm more or less a Microsoft Paint rendition of kind of like originally coming up with the concept. So you know, it's not Picasso, but
You tried.
yeah, I tried.
But
and
I can see what you're going for.
yeah. It's the idea's there. So, you know, look better in game, kind of a thing.
Listen, that is as far as my like Microsoft Paint abilities go as well. So I completely see the vision. I can see it.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad I could at least portray that. For anyone who's curious, by the way, this is going to be the reference for the tree. The tree is going to happen at a later date. It's going to be pretty big, so it's going to take me a long time, but this will be the reference for, kind of, you picture we have whatever we build will kind of be down in this area here. And then, like, the backdrop and everything will be different. Like, this tree will be kind of out of a hill, but we'll be kind of working on what goes down in this area right here. And that'll kind of complete or, you know, add to the picture and, you know, whatever else I end up coming up with it. But that's kind of our focus, will be something underneath a tree like this.
I'm very excited.
Heck yeah. All right. I think that is all of our pictures that we have. I'm actually going to keep one up on my other monitor real quick. Okay. Sorry about all the tabbing in and tabbing out, chat. I don't have the borderless mod that makes it so you can tab in and out easy. But as it goes. Hopefully you guys are kind of getting the idea that we're going for with all of the blocks and everything. All right, are you ready to get some kind of palette worked out, or palettes that we could potentially?
I am so ready for this. Are you?
Yes. Let me.
All right.
I have the mushroom house kind of pulled up on my other monitor.
Is that the one we're kind of gonna start with?
We can. I feel like we have like the freshest like kind of ideas we were rolling with based on that one.
That's what I think too. All right, I'm gonna start like pulling some blocks as well, and I think we'll just like, that's probably the best way to do it, right? Just like pull blocks together and just like see what works.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna find out.
Yeah, this could go horribly wrong, and then we just end up like building a boat for some reason.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Okay, I'm kind of pulling for the roof at the moment.
That's exactly what I was doing. Okay, I'll pull for the walls. Pull for the walls.
Okay. All right, what are we thinking, chat? Any ideas? So the roof, it's got this like green, like I don't have the picture in here.
I'm
at the
so
moment
not
on
used to
screen.
building without shaders, by the way.
Dude, okay, so I couldn't get all the mods updated to 0.3 that we're in at the moment. I was able to get Sodium and Iris updated. So I do have just like was it enhanced default or whatever, the like subtle,
with like the clouds
shaders
and stuff, right?
Well, usually the clouds are pretty normal at the moment, I think. I like to use better clouds, but that's not updated to this version yet.
Yeah, I know that's the thing with like with having to use like realms and stuff like that, is like,
yeah,
it's just like it's always using the current one, and mods don't usually update. I usually stick with like one update throughout the entire
I usually
like
do
sequence
as well.
of updates.
Yeah, it's just too much work to keep updating in every like 0.1.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm wondering, surely we mix in, like we'll have some kind of leaves, I guess. Kind of as like a separate thing with kind of overlaying onto the roof, right? So I'm wondering, I guess azalea leaves go the best with moss, but like does it go too well? You know? Like is that, I guess we could throw those in there, and then we could have another style of leaf that is a little bit different, that just kind of helps it pop or whatever. Maybe we'll try like either of these. Maybe mangrove, potentially. Let me grab these three and kind of see which one would go best with like some of the foliage we put around there. I think given the style, you're right with mangrove. The kind of like inspo picture, which I wanted to kind of see a little bit about if I could have it on. Surely I do. It is here. Inspo picture. I'm gonna put this on screen for you guys so you guys can kind of see a little bit of what we're going for here. I'll just put that kind of down in the corner right there. So you guys can kind of see a little bit. We're kind of looking at the roof. I know it'll be really small for you guys, but I just didn't want to have it take up like the whole screen or whatever. Let me get rid of all of these. So for the roof, we might not even go too much into the like stone colors. Like maybe we only have like the mossy cobble as that kind of color. It's gonna be a lot of those like greens, you know what I mean? We could even avoid the cobble altogether and just kind of keep like a palette of this where like I would think we would do shading, kind of the darker to the lighter bits of it for sure. Just off the top of my head. I don't like, this is too blue to use any of the copper. We wouldn't want to do that, I don't think. The green terracotta was a bit dark. We already have lime in there, so the wool kind of gives us that texture a little bit. Concrete powder would just be a little difficult to work with. We do have moss in there. I don't think we include grass. We kind of looked at leaves. Those will kind of overlay over top everything we're doing. Melons and yo, congrats, by the way.
Look at me go. I'm doing so well right now. Wow. I've made it.
How do you even get that achievement?
I don't know. That's so weird.
Wait, is it?
Wait, it's because I use stone, but like, what?
Wait, so
I use deep slate. Oh.
Oh. What? Okay.
Yo, you better catch up. You better catch up.
I'm getting. Okay, I got that one. Stone didn't give me an achievement.
You better catch up. Like, I already beat the game.
Okay. wait. I'll have you beat it one thing. There we go.
What? What'd you get?
Yeah.
No! Wait,
Yep.
no! Oh, man! No! Okay, I lost.
Yeah, that's alright. It happens. I don't even remember what all there are achievements for. Okay.
I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay, what was I doing? Wait, what do you have so far?
Okay,
let's explain to me what you got. Because you're working on the roof, right?
Yeah. So at first I was kind of like, oh, I'll do the usual like moss into like mossy cobble. But then I was like, you know what? There's not really like any gray in the roof, and I actually really like that it's all green. So I figured if we go from like the shaded darker spots here to like the really like highlighted sun shining parts kind of with the bamboo.
Ooh, yeah.
That could be like good. That's like a good range of 4 colors and 4 different textures as well. So I think
the bamboo is such a good choice.
Yeah.
As well.
It's not something I've like used ever,
I was
But
just gonna say, I always forget it exists, and it's such a
yeah,
good block.
yeah. And then there's a lot of like overgrowth kind of going on over the roof. So I figured like, you know, moss and azalea are just like meant to work together. But
Oh my gosh,
if
we
you
have the
mix
same
in,
brain.
yeah, if you mix in this like mangrove, it kind of sells that like swampy, kind of like humid kind of thing, you know?
Dude, we were literally talking about the same thing. Like, I was matching moss, and I said the exact same thing. Moss, azalea, obviously. And then I settled on the mangrove because they've got, like, those droopy leaves.
Yeah, yeah.
Azalea's a little bit, or not azalea, acacia's always too crunchy. The jungle, I find, like, a little bit interesting because it has those little, like...
Yeah, I do like
fruit pods. But I feel like
yeah.
the mangrove is the vibe, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we could even... I think if you sprinkled a little bit, the occasional, let's say we have like a bunch of azalea, right? It's like a section of azalea. If you just get like the occasional like jungle in there with that.
You're so right.
I think that could work well.
Agreed. Okay, me likey.
Okay, what do you got going on with the wall?
Oh man, okay. Well, there's a lot going on because like this is a tough choice because what you... Like, the reference photo you gave me, it kind of screams Junglewood to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling it.
I'm feeling the Junglewood, or at least, like, Junglewood, like, on, like, the top floor, and maybe, like, oak or something on the bottom floor. Okay. I feel like it has to be lighter, but I feel like birch might be a little bit too light.
Yeah, I looked at it, and I was like, birch, and then I was instantly like, no, not birch. You know?
Yeah, like, I feel like that would change it more to an elven fantasy cottage. Do you know what I mean? Rather than like an old worn down cabin. I feel like oak is pretty safe for that.
Yeah.
But with such like, I don't know, how do you feel about the jungle?
I like the jungle. I like where it reminds it. I think these two woods right here are going to be closest to like, if we want to kind of get that color. I wish we had an in-between of these two. Like a perfect
I know, because we
balance.
don't, right? Like there's just nothing. I'm trying to like look to see, I mean, some type of terracotta, but then the problem is when you bring in those types of blocks, you lose out on texture.
Yeah, they can, it can be done in a little bit. You just can't, you know, too much of it will kind of get out of control.
Exactly, I agree. And then I was kind of thinking amongst like, we have like a very kind of, I guess like more plain type of wall, but amongst that, like, let's say we have a doorway, having something like warped planks or mangrove to kind of like act as an accent piece for like certain parts, like let's say like framing up a window or something could look kind of cool depending on the palette. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying that, and I'm seeing there's like it's a lot of like foliage and like plants and everything, and I'm seeing that they've got like there's some like big flower pots around, and like a lot of that going on. So that tells me mangrove because it kind of like rhymes, you know, that like reddish hue as like the accent color.
Yep, I agree. You're right. It just like fits in palette. Like look at it next to like a pot, right? You're so right. And also I feel like these three together makes sense.
Yeah.
If you do, let's say like warped, it does look really good, but it kind of changes the vibe a little bit.
Yeah, it is its own vibe, but like for the reference we're using, it's definitely a big clash.
Exactly. Like I think it would look really good for a different style of build. Definitely not disregarding it, but I think you're right where it's like it's not the vibe of the build we're going for.
Yep, I think we're on the same page there.
What is, and then
you're thinking this for like
beams and stuff?
Yeah, support beams and whatnot.
Yeah,
are you thinking a mix of both, or like you're just looking at one or the other?
I can't decide. I need your opinion on this one.
I see.
It's hard. Like sometimes beams you don't know until you build it out too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I always struggle with beams because I usually just end up going spruce, and then sometimes spruce isn't the answer. You know?
Right.
Do you struggle with that too?
Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Man, I think I'm on the same page. I think this is like a go with spruce, and if it feels like we need to change it, then we can like swap it out. At least the beams are like easy enough to replace, you know?
Exactly. I agree. I find like spruce, I don't know, like I know it's kind of like a meme amongst my community where all I use is spruce, but the thing with spruce is that it's that the spruce beam just works. It's like a very like it's a utility that like it just works. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it.
At the end of the day, it is the best wood type. So
it is.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're in agreement with that.
Yeah.
And then the one last
to anyone
thing
who wasn't ready to hear that, but you know.
Yeah, sorry. I like how we're both apologetic about it. The one last thing that I kind of like started considering also were like chimney types. I feel like deep slate always looks really really good with moss. And then mud could be an interesting one if we want something a little bit. We mentioned double chimneys. Yeah. That could be one that's like a little bit more of like a utility chimney in a way where it's kind of just like, yeah. So those were two considerations, but obviously we could, if it doesn't work, we can switch it up. I was just thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking like one for like the like cauldron room where all the cooking's done, and then one is like the fireplace, you know? Exactly.
Like living room fireplace, master bedroom fireplace vibes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the vibe.
Yeah, is there? I think that's probably enough to at least try and get something going. Do you usually shape things out beforehand or no?
Yes, usually I do like wool type templates and stuff. What do you do?
Okay. Yes, I have gotten into the habit of using wool to kind of get some shapes going and whatnot.
Yes, it actually helps a lot.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna use some light blue. I kind of want to figure out like the shape of a pond, and then we can kind of have that like butting up against it. If you want to try and get like maybe like a layout of the house or so, my one challenge to you is that we're gonna try and build this on a somewhat larger scale. So doesn't need to be enormous, but we are
okay.
What's up?
I need help to begin then, because this is my biggest struggle. This is what I came to you with the other day, how I mentioned how like I need to learn how to build on a larger scale. Right. So if you're doing large scale, what type of footprint do you start with? Is it like 11 by 15? Like what's the vibe?
So it used to be number based, and I realized that number based was kind of holding me back because I would never want to go too high because I'd be like, oh, that's too much or whatever. So I would just go with like, for starters, I would just place like a bunch of something, and then I would just kind of like go back a little bit.
Interesting.
And then I'd be like, how does that feel? And then once I get something that feels like what I'm going for, then I'll worry about like, okay, is it odd numbers? Is it even numbers? Like, when, you know, all of that kind of stuff. But I would at first just kind of eyeball it. I would be like, okay, you know, like that's a good front facade right there. So then, you know, if we want to have like a little porch on the side, I would, you know, do a little bit of this, and then I would go back and be like, okay, you know, does that feel like it would be good for the porch? And then the last thing I worry about is like, okay, is it odd numbers, even numbers? What do I want to work with? And then kind of tweak it from there, you know?
That is so interesting. I've never done that, so I'm gonna try it out.
Okay, sweet.
Should I build it anywhere or like close to you?
Anywhere at all. I'm gonna try to figure out kind of like the pond. So you just pick a starting point, and then I'll start the pond from there.
Okay. Cool. I'll start over here.
Sweet. Also, we have all of these passive mobs I didn't do anything about, so.
Yeah, I noticed that.
We're just we're gonna have a donkey in the middle of our house at some point.
But like we can name him.
Yeah. And then I'll have to like, he's canon, so he'll have to go in the final build in the world too.
Yes, exactly. He's got to go in the final world, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna cook.
Yep.
I'm cooking.
Yep. I'm trying to figure out like a good distance from the house to kind of like how much walkway do we want here. It's kind of got that like wraparound, like half porch, half like dock kind of thing.
That's what I was kind of thinking. I feel like we've got to have a dock that kind of goes out to the pond for sure.
Yeah. I'm thinking
so
like this could wrap around here. I'm also seeing there's like 2 entrances. Like we've got let me just grab like a different color. We got like a door here, And then there's like a different door over on this side because there is like this big, like the accumulation of like rocks goes like out to the pond here, up like to the
Yes.
side of the house.
Yes.
So that kind of forces you to kind of have something a little different going on. Where
Yeah,
like
exactly.
this is like all dock right here because like the water comes up so close.
Yes. I
And then
like
over
that
here
the
is,
other
like-
side has like an overhang as well.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
for the
yeah.
porch. Like
Yep.
that's definitely something to consider where it's like, I don't know, something like this. We'll lay that out after.
Mm-hmm.
And then this side is more so just the dock, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, mute myself real quick. I don't have a, I still don't have a hotkey made out. But we're gonna see. We got that coming up to there. Now these rocks go into the water, so I would even say that this kind of hugs those rocks there, and then sort of. I would even say it just kind of goes underneath where we have this dock right here, and this could come out a little bit further as well. How's it going, Danielle? Welcome in. And then we'll have that. That can kind of be dependent on how big the facade of the house is. We can kind of figure out like how long the dock goes, and then we could have the pond kind of over here. We'll say for the scale we're using, it could do something like this shape here. We would want it to go down long enough and then start to kind of curve back a little bit.
Quick question.
Yes?
Is 17 by 21 massive? Like I'm so bad with scale. Like should I dial this back a little bit?
Let me see. I think given what we're going for, like looking at it from like kind of way back here, I'm seeing good stuff. I don't think it's too big. I think this is good. Because another thing is like we don't have to have like we don't even have to touch the interior, like we can, but
yes,
a lot of it is giving ourselves enough room to have some of like the selling details, you know?
Like the mushrooms and stuff, which we're gonna need room on the rooftop for and stuff.
Yeah, and the bigger you go, the better, the more detailed you can get with it, or at least, you know, the easier you make it on yourself, kind of a thing. So I think that's a good one to start with, I would say, and then
sweet,
kind of shape it from there.
Okay, cool.
Heck yeah. So I'm trying to figure out like the dimensions of this like pond. It's gonna kind of wrap around and then kind of like go up there. I might even like bring that out potentially a little bit, but we know it kind of goes around the house a little bit. So I might even bring this kind of around the front there and then have it kind of curve back a little bit where it kind of has this shape and then meanders its way kind of out here. We want it to be a big enough pond so that it doesn't feel forced, if that makes sense. Like if we went too small, then it's kind of like, well, why is there even really a pond there? Like all these details with the house on the pond. I think having some of these more unique shapes to it is important as well. We don't want to just have like these perfect rounded shapes. Like sometimes it'll kind of meander a little bit. It's just a silly little guy, you know? So I think we'll kind of work with that. Bring it kind of around to here. Maybe it'll come out this way a little bit more. Either way, this is gonna be one heck of a thing to try and build in the world. So maybe something like that. It kind of has that like a little pocket there. I would even say we might round this instead. And kind of bring that out just a little bit more. And then if this is kind of the size of this house that we have going on right here, No meandering for the little guy. It's fine. He's free to meander. All he wants, okay? He's just a meandering fella.
Another question. So when you build out the shape, do you do like both floors? Because I usually do the footprint and then start building and then worry about the second floor after. So I'm curious as to what you do.
It kind of, I guess it depends. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I think most recently, when I planned with wool, I did like, I would do the floor plan, and then I would do like, okay, this is how tall I want the floor, and I would just do like the corner, you know what I mean? And then I would be like, okay, second floor, I would do like a different color for second floor, and I'd be like, okay, well, like maybe I start this here, and that's how I did it, but like at the same time, like, I mean, shoot, do whatever works, you know?
Okay, sweet.
This is gonna be crazy, dude. This pond, I didn't even know we were gonna do a pond. It's just like we saw that inspiration. We were like, yep, that's the one. Didn't even know we were gonna do a pond, and now we're doing a pond. So I think this opens the door for the build to like some of the stuff we do around here. Really opens the door for some craziness to happen, for sure. Almost thinking this will kind of go here. We'll bring this out to like there, and then we have the shape of our water. Our water is going to kind of sit down here. And I think that's a good shape. That's a good size pond. What do you guys think? It's like a tooth. It's kind of a tooth, a little bit. Or it is Yoshi. This is Yoshi eating the house. Okay, hold on. Okay, do you see where I am? Really high above.
Oh, you are very high above.
If you come up here and then you look down at the water.
Yep.
Tell me that's not Yoshi eating the house.
Yoshi! How did you make that?
I finished the water outline and I was like, you know, it kind of looks like, and then I was like looking at it and I flew up here and I was like, yeah, it's kind of Yoshi eating the house. So, you know,
dude, we have to keep it that way though.
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%. You know what's wild? I was just saying to chat how it's kind of wild how now that you've built out the pond, like the structure that I built doesn't look big.
Yep.
It doesn't look overpowering anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. And that was like something that kind of happened with when I built the house, and then I followed it up with the big tree. It was like that changed everything, because at first when I did like the very first episode, I had the house on that little like terraformed hill, and it was like it's so overpowering, like it's so big. And then I put the tree in such a way that, like, from the perspective I had been looking at it and kind of like basing it off of, all of a sudden that tree, like its positioning and everything, made the house all of a sudden feel half the size.
Yeah, it's wild. Like, scale is such like an interesting thing.
Yep.
Okay, I've got like most of like the first floor laid out. My one problem is I'm like, what do we do with like the sides of the build that aren't necessarily going to be like, I guess, in the frame of the picture? Like, what do you usually do with these spots? Because like these are just like flat walls now.
Yeah. It's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I'll usually base it off of whatever I end up doing, kind of where the focus is. I'll kind of take that vibe that we got going on, and then on the other sides, I'll be like, okay, what would like rhyme with that, or like flow with it in a way that maybe isn't as like intentionally detailed, you know? I
see what you mean.
Like,
so still add like maybe like a little bit of shape, but like don't go too crazy.
Yeah, that's usually what I would do. I would try to keep the focus here, but I would also like, I would want there to be something that's at least like, I would be able to walk around it and not cringe, you know, is usually my approach.
Yes. So, my approach is just don't look at the back of the build. So like, we're taking your approach today.
Okay. I'm here for it.
Okay.
Oh man, heck yeah. Love the stream. Don't forget to give it a like. True. We're not on Twitch. You can actually like the stream now. Crazy how that works. Okay, so we kind of have these like docks almost in a way. I guess this red is like a little stair step is what's going on here. So we would have a little bit of like the rocky formations kind of around here. What Y level are we on? Okay, we're on -60, so we're gonna have to build this up. Try to think for a second here how I would want to go about this. I think we'll have to aim for building this up just a little bit, at least like the house. So I got a question. I'm looking at all of this and I'm thinking like if this is water level, I'm guessing we're gonna want to build all of this up from like the terrain where it's at. Like if we're gonna assume this is like where the water starts kind of a thing, we'll probably, I don't know, what are you thinking? We'll kind of have this like elevated a little bit, so like I'll build this boulder up here, and we'll kind of like, the house will go up as well. You're muted, by the way.
Oh my gosh, I was literally like, oh, can he not hear me? What's going on? Okay, so that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Because I was like, it has to be raised, especially if we have a dock. You know what I mean? Like the dock would start probably at least like 2 or 3 blocks high, maybe 2 blocks, and then like the start of the build, let's do like, I don't even know, like magenta or something. Like could be what, this block? So it's like a 2 block foundation, I guess.
Yep, that works. That looks about right.
Okay, cool.
All right. If that's the case, I am going to see about going from that being the foundation right there. I'm almost wondering if we don't... I'm thinking about starting with kind of like the docks and rocks. Not, you know, to rhyme or anything. But the docks and the rocks might be the play here. The water is something I don't think we're gonna do here. I think that's kind of something that we just kind of leave marked out and then kind of save that for ourselves a little bit later on. But I'm thinking like if we grab a little bit of a pallet here, get rid of some of this wool. And let's say, I don't know, what blocks might we want to use? Maybe not cobblestone. We'll go stone, mossy, and like tough. There's not really going to be a lot going on here with the rocks, but like it's not going to be very tall. It's not going to be a lot of surface. So I'm just wondering if we take these out and we kind of go from the foundation of the house. So we'll go out of the corner. We kind of have that like door happening right there. Kind of out this way. And then kind of out to the side a little bit.
All right. I've got most of the shape down, I think.
Okay.
If you want to fly above.
Yep.
So I was kind of thinking like where one of the doors goes is having it like almost like a bay window type thing. Ooh. You know, where it's like a little bit of shape added in. I don't know if we'd want to add that in anywhere else. Like I feel like a circular part here could look cool, but I don't know if that's just like too much. You know what I mean?
I think having it on one side but not on the other is a cool way to have that like variation where it doesn't overpower, but it's like that nice touch where it's like, oh, I like that detail, where it's like specifically the one spot, if that makes sense.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. Okay, sweet. So now that I've got the shape down, like what should I work on next?
Well, I went to kind of trying to figure out like the rocks and the docks, not to rhyme, but I was kind of thinking like I'll kind of, I wanted to get what was next to the water because I felt like that was going to set us up for the rest of it. Because a lot of it,
Okay,
we're so dependent on like where the water is, right? So
you're so right.
yeah, kind of building in, kind of outward to the inside, I guess. Kind of like
Okay,
going around these
cool.
edges in, you know?
Okay, cool. Should I like kind of like mess around with like the docks, do you think then?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, sweet.
There it is. I will try and get these rocks done up to a certain point. The rocks do. So, okay, we're doing boulders, but we're doing boulders on like a smaller scale. So, it's going to be interesting because it's one thing to do rocks, it's another thing to try and do them this way. Where like that magenta is going to be our foundation. So we do know the rocks come up like just a little bit at that level, and then other than that, it's kind of, you just go ahead and kind of fill that in just a little bit. We're gonna texture it up in a moment here, but trying to figure out kind of a start for us, and then we'll kind of go from there. But we've got the dock coming out here. The rock is kind of at a diagonal. There's like a big chunk of rock or two, and then we have like a little water flow, and then we have like another set of rocks that kind of sits kind of up here a little bit. And then we have like the water kind of spilling through past this little area. So like a rock there, and we can kind of like fine tune that. We'll break out like the slabs and stairs as we go. I'm thinking like we have the little entryway there. We have some rocks. We can have like a little stream of water from here potentially. That will like stair step into that, and then the water stream kind of like is here and kind of flows down a little bit. If we end up doing that at the end of the day, we might have given ourselves too confined a space to be able to really accomplish that, but we'll see. I think I want to extend this rock because there's kind of like two rock faces in a way, and I don't know if we can really accomplish that here. But it kind of like big rock and then like another little part of the rock that kind of like juts out just a little bit that we could kind of extend out there, maybe bring that in. There's like a little bit right here as well. I think that kind of sells it. Over here, it's kind of a lot of plant life kind of around where we have that dock. So this might even be better served to be like moss and mossy cobble. So if we did like mossy cobble, moss there, we could even have like some plants kind of coming through here. But I think what I'll end up doing is I'll have the water start here when I actually do the build. And then this will all be like from water level up. So the wool would actually sit like basically down here, kind of at that level, and then we would have from there, you know, water. I'll just assume that I'm going to need that space for some of the other stuff. So we'd have something like that, just to kind of give us that feel. So we'll go ahead and get all these in place. Something like that. And then over here, where we kind of have all of this plant life starting to form, mossy cobble it up, get some more moss there, a little bit of moss right there. And we would want a lot of mossy kind of tucked into these corners a little bit. YouTube stream, how's it going, Millie? Welcome in. And it might not even be so much shading as much as it is just like, where's the water? And how does that affect what's going on around it? You know what I mean? I would almost say that's kind of like the sort of method that we're going with here. Like there's just a lot of mossy around where the water likes to stay. And then I already have moss. We could even like a little bit of moss there.
Sorry, did I go too low with like the dock and stuff, or?
No, I decided based on the rocks I was doing that I would just have the water be where the grass is when I eventually like do the water. I don't think we'll have the water like fully in place in like our concept build here. Like maybe a little bit of like the glass, but
it'd take way too long for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Inspo pick though, can't wait to come back and watch this after work. Heck yeah, dude. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Okay, so mixing in some moss. I would say a little bit right there, a little bit right there. We can even get some like mossy carpets kind of mixed into the place just a little bit. A little bit of moss right there, the moss right there, and there. And this is all going to be water, but we might have some other like accenting details kind of in there. Now, let me go add a little bit over here as well. Oh, whoops. A little bit of that, and we'll throw a little moss carpet up there. We'll do a little mossy right there. Now I want to kind of break out like the slabs and stairs just a little bit. So if we grab some of these, I could even potentially use buttons here. But if we wanted to get really crazy and start adding some of these details around here, tell you what, we have mossy, so we could use some of that. If we did like a little moss right there, little moss right there. Just trying to add like that little extra, just to kind of sell it a little bit better. Oops. That there. Get these rocks to do rock-like things, you know? I'm just kind of throwing the kitchen sink at it. Seeing what kind of feels right. I think having something here is good. I kind of build that up just a little bit. Maybe nothing there. But maybe we can have a little something there. A little something there. A little more work to be done. Like some mossy back there. We could even do a little bit of that.
Question. Do you think we're cooking? You're muted, by the way.
I think we're cooking.
Yeah, I think we're cooking. You know?
Yeah.
I see the vision.
Yeah. I'm trying to like really rockify these rocks, you know?
Yeah, like lots of rocks. I think it's looking good though. Yep. And like, okay, question. What do you think about like the shape so far that like we've got? Just gonna kind of like build this up a little bit. So like the front of the build with like this little dock area, I kind of like brought forward the entrance to the house. I almost feel like the dock needs to like in turn like come forward a little bit more as well, maybe. Yeah. We can always change that around depending on like the rocks and stuff like that.
Right.
And then unless actually, because you have rocks here and I really like this rock pile, I don't know if you want like the entrance to be here or if this is a window instead and then like flip it so the entrance is here. You know?
Yeah, I see where you're at. I'm thinking, okay, so let me put something right here. So I'm thinking like the main spot that's kind of like, I think a reference point for this build is got to be like here or something.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, for like the photo of it, you know?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like from here, the angle of having it, it could go either way. Like I think it makes the door work better than if it was straight on. But also
I agree.
it could still be like it could go either way, honestly.
I kind of like where the door is because you've got that little gap between the rocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm vibing with that too.
Yeah, every time I mute or unmute, I have to actually go click Discord because I don't have a button set up at the moment. So a little scuff chat. I apologize. Okay, keep those rocks there. I think these rocks they're not right yet. The rocks aren't quite right yet. We're still cooking. We're still cooking. I like that this rock face kind of kicks up a little bit. This one right here is just getting everything over here to flow.
Another little question for you, because I'm just full of questions.
Yeah.
So you know how we have a foundation?
Yes.
What do you think we should do for the foundation? Like, do you want it to be like kind of propped up the way that like the dock is, where it's like you just have like a blank space, or do we want like a foundation of like stone there? What do you think?
I think, honestly, given like the vibe of the house, it's probably gonna be like, I think a propped up look is good because there's probably gonna be a lot of like plant life, like moss.
That's what I was kind of thinking too.
That kind of like, it almost looks like it's built on that stuff, you know?
Exactly. So we'll just like frame it up 2 blocks high, like this is good, and then we'll kind of work from there.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, sweet.
Okay. Are these rocks rocking? Are we rocking at the moment? Is this how you rock? A little bit of depth there, maybe. A little bit of something crazy. I don't know. A little bit over there. Right there. I think we've shaped that rock good. I think that's a good boulder. Not just any rock, you know? I'm thinking like if we're working kind of from the bottom up, kind of find ways to make all of this flow just right. I think we would want something here. And then we would want that to maybe be a little smaller than the absolute peak. Right there. I think, honestly, just find a way to build up into this that doesn't feel too forced, I guess. Maybe something like that. That kind of makes that look a little... That actually does a lot for it, I would say. We're going to have our water kind of down here, but at the same time, there's going to be... So at least based on the reference, there's like a little bit of a lip. Like this is kind of like a water flow coming down. So I would almost say that we're going to have maybe like 1 block raised. So something like this. And then it flows, kind of splashes down into the water. So we could have it kind of follow there. I mean, we're not going to be using actual water for this part, I don't think. We would kind of just have like glass or whatever. So it allows us to have a little bit of that like flow, I guess, going on. And then I would even say that we keep that lip something a little more like that, like a little higher up almost. And then we could even go up a little bit there, up a little bit there. And this little stream could kind of like swoop around this side a little bit. And then we have like from here and
with the
over.
the porch for like the entryway kind of jutting out a little bit. Do you mind if I bring this one forward a bit more?
Nope, go for it.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna bring it forward a little bit more.
You thinking to like match it, or?
I think to push it forward a bit more to have like more of an overhang, if that makes sense, like closer
Right.
to here. Do you think that's too much though? Like for in terms of like the angle that we have?
Let me see.
Actually, here, let me build up the beam first. Is that too much?
No, I think it actually, so from looking over here, it kind of frames nicely because that beam is kind of right where that rock ends. So
Yes.
it does work really nice.
Okay. If we need to push it back at all, we will, but I think like big porch right here is kind of the vibe.
Okay, I like it.
Cool.
This can work. So in the reference image we had, there's like a water stream going down here, and it almost like doubles back that way. But I think it's probably better if it's just on one, because then we don't really have to worry about having too much of like a stream going that way. You know what I mean? We just got to figure out kind of like, okay, like there's some mossy going on here, kind of in this little pocket, I guess. Oops. And then the water's kind of coming from like underneath the dock almost. So I would even say we're doing like this down here, and the water starts just kind of like somewhere behind it, you know? And then it just kind of like is trickling out a little bit. It'll be an interesting effect to try and do, because I think we're gonna have actual water down here, but up here I don't think we are. I think it's gonna be a little bit of like just trying to play around with like glass and see what we could do there. So we'll have to see. I think a lot of that'll have to be after the fact, but for now we'll just kind of build up the rocks a little bit and play around with that after the fact, just to see what works. For now we'll just kind of leave it at where it is at the moment. Maybe have like a couple of those and lay just a little bit. And I think for like that pile of rocks right there, that's like a good start that we can kind of go for. And kind of wrapping around the front of this dock, we definitely had, there's like a bit of a rock that kind of half covers it. Now we're kind of going a little off script from the reference. We can kind of take our own creative liberties here. I almost want to say that I would like to do a rock kind of here. Something that kind of comes out this way and kind of back into the build here or so. Like a rock that kind of hugs that side.
All right, another question for you. With like a larger scale build, what height do you usually make the beams? Is it like 5 high-ish, or do you go like higher?
It's usually just a kind of another like eyeball it kind of thing. A lot of times it kind of depends on what I want to do for the door and the windows, and I'll kind of use that as like a
reference point.
Yeah. So I feel like this build could probably benefit really good from having like if I'm thinking that I'm like on the inside, I would probably want there to be like a solid 4 or 5 blocks of space.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean I would just whatever feels right with.
Okay, I'm currently at 5, so I feel like that's okay.
Yeah, that probably
sweet.
Works great.
Cool. Now with like everything, what do you usually, I know you're working on the rocks right now. So now that I have everything kind of like detailed out, what would you work on next for something like a build this size?
So It is tricky because this is kind of one of the parts where it's like, oh no, what do I do?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say my next step from here is probably trying to just like fill in the walls. Like
Okay.
I'll kind of, I would usually be like, okay, I'm gonna just use like whatever block that goes in the wall, and I'll kind of set it all up, and then I'll kind of break out, okay, like I want a door here, a window here, and then I'll just kind
Okay.
of slowly refine it, and then I'll be like, maybe some shading goes here, or maybe, all of that kind of stuff. I'll just kind of like, I'll do a pass, and then another pass, and then another pass of like just evolving it.
Okay, sweet. And like for this build in particular, do we want the walls recessed by like one block or do we want them lined up with the beams? How do you usually do that?
It kind of depends. I think for this build, it probably works best if they're in the same line.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah. So
And we decided on oak, was it?
Oak and jungle, kind of like whatever the vibe kind of calls for, but like oak and jungle will be the two that are kind of like calling to the building.
Okay, sweet. I'll start filling in with oak, and then if we want to like change it up, because I was kind of thinking jungle on the top floor, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But if we want to change it up a little bit, we can always change it.
Sweet.
Sweet.
There it is. How's it going, Norm? Welcome in. And this CNET as well. Building some rocks at the moment. We got some rocks that we're rocking. Trying to vibe these together a little bit. Do what we can. Some of these. There's a couple rocks in the front. I'm not going to do too many rocks around here, but we did the other side, and I feel like definitely benefit from having a rock right there. I'm just thinking, like, if we're kind of looking at a picture right here, it frames the build nicely. Like, it kind of hugs that outer part of it. Like, that third rock right there, we don't even need any more rocks. Like, it's just these two rocks and that one. And then from there, it's all, like, foliage and water detail. But that one right there really kind of, like, emphasizes this edge of what we have going on,
This isn't a question, but
yeah.
Meggie says, "Good up, close sniffer."
So I only speak a little bit, Meggie. I don't think I've learned that one yet.
Oh, she's saying no, like, give him a Hamtaro hiffa sound. I don't even know how to make that sound though.
No.
No.
What even is?
I think what I'm supposed to do is this.
Oh, that's a Meggie. That is a Meggie thing right there. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, wait, one more time then.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good sniffer.
That's from Meggie.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, that's fair.
Okay, no, got it.
Classic, dude. Unreal. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I'm just trying to get like some mossy in here, and then we'll kind of figure it out, right? Let's just get some mossy, and then I'll start feeling a little cheeky. Ooh, give me some slabs. I'll pull a little stair right there, little slab right there. The little mossy boy. We'll get a little fancy. Now that we've kind of worked that up a little bit, I think. Okay, so do we want this dock? Do we want this rock to go all the way in, or the dock to kind of be on its own? It might be fine like that. A little peek into the corner or so. I think we would definitely have some moss back here. This is like Moss City, for sure. We do like a couple slabs over there. There's not a lot of daylight that reaches down in there. I think gonna be a little humid. I haven't even used buttons yet. Gotta maybe look at doing that as well. Might help us a little bit. Maybe not. We'll see. See what works. A little bit of that right there. We could even do... Is that too much? Maybe like a stair? I just like the idea of having a little bit of depth kind of forced back there. I almost wonder if it would be worth it to have it peak up top. I think it is. I think it is worth it. It's just this side over here leaves a little bit to be desired in terms of how we're kind of arriving at this destination. But you know what? I might be overthinking it. It's possible that it's totally alright. Like, it's totally just fine. That's a good rock. Honestly, if somebody built that rock and they were like, hey, what do you think about this rock? I would say that's a good rock. That's a good boulder even, you know? Give me a carpet. That's a green carpet. Give me a moss carpet. Let me try that. So, give me just a little... It's a cheeky little carpet here and there. Just kind of add a little spice. Ready to do some over here? Yeah. I'll even do like a little carpet right there. And then, do we want to do buttons? Makes me realize how little thought I put into the things I build. Yeah, I mean, you can still build good things without thinking too much about it. I'm an overthinker. That's my problem. So, I wouldn't stress about it too much. I definitely am just an overthinker at the end of the day. Are these worth having? Are those little buttons worth like the little extra stones? Surely, right? Surely they're a fine touch. Like they don't do a ton, but I mean it's just like a little something, you know? Like it's not bad. Mossy buttons when? Honestly, you might be onto something. You may very well be onto something. Just throw some like buttons around there. It doesn't even need to be too crazy. Throw one right there. I would have some on the ground, but this is all going to be water. I guess not here. Actually, yeah, no, that will be water. So, yeah. I mean, hey, I think it's doing all right. It's doing its thing. We have some walls coming together. Love to see it. Okay, so rocks are living their best life. I'm really curious to try and play around a little bit with this. So where are we at? New creative menu. I'm really curious to play around with this. So if we had like some whites and grays, because that's like water in this case, right? That's just like water doing water things. Like we would... Right, the way it connects is a little... leaves a little bit to be desired, but it's mostly from a distance. You do this because of what it does at a distance. That's what you're getting when you're doing kind of like the water down here. Now, we got to be a little careful not to have it be too much. You know what I mean? You got to be careful. You're just looking at it at a glance. You don't even need to zoom in. You're just looking at it, and you want it to be flowing water. You're looking at it and wanting it to kind of feel like flowing water, and it's just a matter of trying to accomplish that specifically. I almost wonder if... no, not that. If that was kind of like taking away from it a little bit. And then maybe like I'm trying to like have the grays in there where it might be like a little darker. And then the white's kind of in front. You get that like layered effect. So let me see how this looks. So from back here, that looks more like water. That's kind of flowing down. It's tricky though. It's a very small scale trying to do that. But you're just like at a glance, right? You just like catch it out of the corner of your eye. Does it feel like flowing water kind of a thing, right? Especially once we have water in here, I think that'll sell it. When there's no water, it's a little hard, but I think just at like a passing glance, it kind of is like, oh, that's some kind of like a little flowing water detail. You know what I mean? I think that's doing a good thing. Now, here's another thing. Here's something to consider. What if we campfire? We might need... No, actually. I don't think it's... No. The water isn't flowing enough. It's not a big enough flow for that to make sense. It's flowing like one block. Wouldn't really make too much sense. So maybe no on that one. In here, though. In here, we're not too worried about the up close and personal of it all. As much as we are just kind of like...
Yo, that's looking sick. That's the vibe.
Yeah, so it's a lot of like... We're trying to get like the water to look right from like all the way back here. It's definitely one of those like meant to be seen at a distance. And then like eventually we'll have so much to look at here that that isn't really the focus. So like at just a glance, like you're just looking at other things and then that's just kind of there in the peripheral. It can be sold as like that little flow, especially once we get the rest of the water.
Oh, absolutely. For like when you build it in the actual like world, do you think that you're going to use real water or like water like this?
I think the actual pond will be real water, but any of like the flowing like this will be like this stuff, basically.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right call for sure. It'll just like have more detail because like flowing water in Minecraft can also be super annoying because it never works the way you think it will. Yeah,
and then it's like if you're really trying to sell it, the actual water is like way too strong and like saturated for flowing water, you know?
Yeah, agreed. Okay, I'm gonna. Do you mind if I take a quick little break? I'll be back in like a couple minutes. Heck yeah! All right, I'll see you soon.
All right. What is the trader at? Is there a wandering trader? No way. No way. Nothing of use. Although, if we were playing super flat, actually, that would probably be a little useful. You're just such a good builder, dude. Tell me about it. Hold on, I actually have some notes on my phone. About glass water. Okay, so what if we did so underneath the water to kind of sell it a little bit better? What if we had like mud and that's pretty close. What if we had, so we just put some like mud back here. Just a little bit of mud, a little bit of gray concrete. It just darkens it a little bit behind what we have going on. We could try... I wonder what would like a diorite wall look like? Maybe it's too much? I don't know. If we're like at a distance. I don't think it's necessary. Imagine being someone who doesn't play Minecraft hearing the phrase glass water. True. Streamer taking breaks? Ours never does that. Listen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Surely. I think some of what I'm trying to do here is more so if I had this on a larger scale, right? So the idea is this is going to be the focus, right? The house is going to be the focus. This is only going to be at a glance. You're only going to ever catch that at a glance and like out of your peripheral. So as long as it sells like a little stream of water kind of flowing down, which I think it does, assuming that's not your focus. If you're looking directly at this, you're doing it wrong. You know what I mean? Like you're going to be looking kind of up here, you're going to have all this other detail to look at, and that's just going to be passing by in your peripheral. So it's a bit of a stretch, but you kind of need it to be for like certain details like what we're trying to accomplish right here. Now, up close, it doesn't look good, but it's not supposed to look good up close. Our goal is to make it look a certain way from a distance, right? That's our goal at the end of the day. Is like, how is this looking kind of at a distance, right? Like, in just out of the corner of your eye. It's a very specific feel that you're trying to accomplish with it. And it's not like you can look at it from like right here or like on the porch, and it's not going to look the same, but the goal is that this is our frame right here, right? This is our frame, and that's just like a little detail in there that you could fixate on, but you're not meant to. And as long as you don't, it does what it's supposed to do. Down here, we're going to have actual water. So everywhere on this layer is going to be like actual Minecraft water. But for the flowing water, I felt like doing fake water was probably best for what we wanted to accomplish there. Now, in the reference image, there's some more flowing water. There's like a little bit there. We're not going to have that, I think, because we have like the dock going on. So we'll just have like some moss and plant life built here and there. And then there's a little bit over here that's kind of like coming off of the dock or whatever. Not going to have that. I think we'll just keep it to the one little bit right there. Just kind of flowing out from wherever it's coming from. Little fantasy. Little fantasy. Not everything has to make perfect sense. And I think we're good for that kind of like detail out here. I am curious as to like, maybe we can set a little bit up around like this dock right here. Now, game rule, do weather.
No,
cycle.
not the rain. There we go.
Classic.
Yeah,
Definitely
I always
think of
forget
that.
about that stuff.
I'm surprised it took that long to rain, actually.
No, literally. So I feel like I've got like the first floor pretty much down. The one thing I messed up here, actually I could fix it. Where is it? Or can I? So I have a double window here because this is uneven. I don't know if that matters though.
Right. Usually if I get something that's like a weird number or whatever, I'm more the type to just kind of like send it and make it work.
Same.
You know?
Okay,
So,
good. I'm glad we're on the same page. Especially because I don't think it'll mess it up that much because like it's not something that will have like a significant roof line to it. So
yeah.
I think it should be okay.
Yeah. I think we'll be fine.
Yeah. So I've got the first floor done. The one thing is like I'm a little bit hesitant to start the second floor because I know we're going to be stacking some kind of like different shapes and stuff. So I'm going to need your help with that.
Yeah. I'm just done with like the rocks and everything. So
okay, sweet.
This is perfect.
Awesome.
Okay, so I'm thinking, just looking at it to try and start that second floor, my go-to is probably trying to figure out like specifically that little bit of like roof that kind of pokes out halfway up.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
Get that, and then from there it kind of sets us up for like, okay, how do we want to do everything from that point up?
Because we're talking about like the little piece like right here, right? Like right around here.
Yeah, it looks like it's also like a different material from like the green on the very top. So I'm almost wondering.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about. It's such a small little thing that I don't think we could get like perfect slope for it. But what if it was kind of like a mix of like this kind of stuff?
Ooh, yeah. Because it's like a broken down roof, right?
Yeah. Like it's a little rickety. There's like some kind of like combination of stuff. Do we want to use spruce? Because that's the same as the pillars, or do we want to like switch it up?
That's a good question. I don't know. What do you think? Because you're right. Like all of those little accent roofs are probably mostly just going to be like some type of wood instead of like the mossy stuff we've got going on, right?
Yeah. Now
I feel like spruce is probably the vibe.
I think so. Yeah. Part of me's thinking like dark oak, but it's probably too strong.
Yeah, I think with the palette we've got dark oak. Ooh, mud could be it.
Yeah, mud, because that's kind of like, it's different from the spruce. It's still kind of in the same range.
Will it clash too much like with like a jungle plank like wall, or what? Sorry, not clash, blend. Let's say like we kind of went with jungle up top.
It does blend. I think if we're doing the jungle, see what works best with that, because I think that definitely makes a difference. Yeah, the
dark oak is just like way too much.
It is way too much.
Yeah, it's overpowering for sure.
Yeah, no, that's a tricky color. I wish we, like, based on the reference image, I wish we had that color wood.
I know. I kind of wish, like, it's almost like a darker jungle wood. Like, I wish that's what we had. I mean, let's try using, like, jungle wood as the roof.
Maybe jungle wood as that little thing. And then
stick with oak. What do you think?
Let me get some more of this. See, if it's jungle, we could also potentially be mixing in some of that mud.
That's what I'm thinking too. It kind of goes better with it.
Because then we kind of get... I would even say, what if it's just... Like, honestly? What if it's just... We just use, like, some mud around there?
I feel like mud's a vibe.
Yeah, like if we really need some of the other details, we can use like jungle, because that's pretty close. But
yeah, I agree.
We have some mud options. Like we can play around with like wall blocks potentially. There's like slabs we could kind of use.
Yep.
Somebody said half oxidized copper.
Ooh.
Oh, like exposed is probably...
Oh, let's see. Yeah, the exposed copper. The problem with copper is it really, like, even if it looks good, it just gives, like, that industrial vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that and
like,
it blended with the oak more than I thought it would.
Yeah. I'm unsure.
Yeah. And then,
I'm like this.
Then we also got to
feel
figure
like
out
the simple.
shape.
Yeah, like the simple answer is spruce, but I don't know if that's just like too easy. Like that's a cop out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, if it was done all the way around, how would that end up looking with the pillars? Like, would it be too similar, I wonder?
Yeah, I don't know. Because you're right, where we have to figure out the roof line first to dictate some of these spots.
Yeah. And do we want this to be, like, where I was setting that up, or do we want it to be, like, here?
I'm looking at it, and I'm almost wondering, hold on, spruce. Let me just draw something up really quickly. I feel like it should technically, like, almost extend to, like, here, if that makes sense. So you have, like, a couple of, like, tiny pillars that kind of prop it up.
Yeah.
Oops.
I agree.
And then, like, that way we could do... We'll just use trapdoors as an example. Something like that, and then have it extend where you said.
Yeah, and then we can build it up. So are you thinking there? Yeah. Do we go one block higher, or do you think that's a good height for, like, the lip of it?
Like that, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's a good height? It kind of cuts off the beam, like the height of the fifth beam. But I don't know. Maybe we
we've
could.
got. Look at it from here. We've got like a block or like maybe a block and a half of what we'll use as that like transition like roof line to the second
You're so
floor.
right. Wait, let's try up one more. It's just a question of whether or not it looks like goofy if it's too high up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What if I did something like this? Does that look better? Or does that look like that looks like pretty high?
It does look pretty high. I want to say, yeah, if the doorway isn't going to be going any higher than where it currently is, then maybe
We could always make the doorway like higher,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like I don't know. I don't know if the doorway should be higher, right?
Yeah. I think it's tricky because this could go either way. It kind of
Yep.
depends. I almost want to say, given the scale we're trying to achieve, we should probably go with the bigger one and then kind of make it work from there.
That's what I think, like figure out the door and stuff. Because at the end of the day, if we even want like, let's say like a smaller door frame or something, there's ways to like decorate around it too.
Mm-hmm. Wondering.
And then also like, there's ways to kind of add chunkiness to it, I think with like leaves and stuff as well, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then another thing I would possibly consider is, because I think the height of the spruce looks like it looks so high, but if you have it grounded maybe with like mud or something like that.
It kind of helps.
And then like how does that look when you kind of
I'm thinking I like the way the mud contrasts the spruce. So I'm thinking like for that little roof overhang, like especially from back here, that color difference kind of tells you that you're looking at something other than like a beam, you know?
I agree. I think the mud's the right choice, especially with us like kind of like grounding it with the walls on like the top and the bottom of it.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the choice, you know?
Yeah.
I think mud.
And then okay, so for the front facade, it kind of like covers this whole area here. Do we want this to come out the same distance everywhere? Does it kind of like, do we change it up at times? I would almost say like this overhang here has a lot of this. Like it kind of goes pretty far.
I think this one like is gonna swoop down quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I'm almost thinking like, hold on. Let me grab the blocks. I'm almost wondering if for like this overhang we do like even out that far.
Mm-hmm. It would make sense because
we could go further too if we wanted.
See how it looks from back here. I think the biggest selling point is going to be how far does it come out diagonally. I think that'll be like based on where we're kind of viewing it from, because like in the reference that's really where it's kind of sold, is like how far out to the side it goes.
Yeah, you're so right.
Like this could be one of those like crazy like we kind of build it from the diagonal in, so it's kind of like figuring like a curve out to kind of like
so it's more
really
like a
shape it.
canopy type thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
I feel like that makes sense. Yeah.
We would kind of like match whatever we do kind of over here and then have it swoop kind of back out a little bit.
Yep. And then does that mean like we would have to have like some like structural beams on this side too that we could add in, or like
honestly, I think it's probably all right, because like it just kind of like meets up with where the house is, so that's kind of like its other beam.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, this is where we're really leaning into the fantasy with this shape.
Exactly. See, that's the thing with like these types of roofs. I'm not used to doing those giant swoops.
Yeah.
Also, I will BRB in 1 second. I just need to go grab my tea.
Okay.
The kettle's boiling, sorry.
Classic. Okay. So right now I'm kind of looking at this shape. Like we don't need it to curve a lot, like that way. It doesn't need to do a lot of that, per se. I think we do want it to kind of flow up a little at the edge. So maybe like it kind of flares up. We don't even need it to come out that far. Like it can do that. And then it kind of builds in from there, I think. So I would say we're probably good there. We have this going on.
Okay, got my tea. I'm back.
Around. Heck yeah.
So this is another part that I really struggle with, is like fantasy style roofs, because I just like, they're more dramatic and I never know how to like push the limits, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of just, you have a crazy idea and you just need to try it. And like you just got to be okay with the fact that it doesn't work a lot of the time. But like, that's kind of part of it. Like you try the crazy ideas and eventually something sticks. Okay.
So with this like shape right now, run it through like what you're doing here. So
the idea is like it flares out diagonally quite a bit from the building, and then it's also got this like swoosh up, this like uptick at the very end. So to try and sell that a little bit without it looking weird, I felt like we had to give the rest of the lip a little bit of like a curve, like a little shape.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, if it was too flat and then all of a sudden it just upticks one, it kind of feels a little forced. But this way it kind of feels like it's a little more in line with like what's going on with the rest of it, right?
Yeah, I gotcha.
So now I'm just trying to figure out, like, we build it up from here, kind of towards the building. So I was wondering what kind of blocks would go good. Obviously, there's like normal packed mud, and I was kind of looking at like some terracottas and stuff.
The light gray terracotta you did, I really liked, actually.
Yeah, I think
that looks really cool.
Especially at a distance, I think it will blend really nice.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking at other blocks to see if we've got anything else, but the light gray terracotta was definitely the vibe. I'm almost wondering, like, no, it might be too dark. I was gonna say, like, brown concrete powder.
Strip jungle, I think.
Strip jungle could be good. Honestly, even if we're ever looking for some texture, maybe some barrels here and there could be kind of sweet.
Granite even kind of works a little bit.
I love granite and mud are actually so good together. I love it. Yep. Big vibes. I'm very much sold on like the direction so far.
Ooh, I wonder about this. Might be crazy. Dripstone block.
No, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I think it looks cool.
Yeah. So I'm almost wondering, like, which of these, because like we definitely don't have to use all of them. So like, what is like our go-to? Like, I'm almost wondering. That kind of transitions the two, does it not?
I agree. I think take out the strip jungle unless we're using it at like the tippy top, because these ones feel very close to one another, and I would argue that like maybe the granite at most, but that's pretty red. I don't know. These ones I'm sold on for sure though.
Yeah. I think the downside is that the only block we have stair-in slabs of is the mud. So we're left with like full blocks. But at the end of the day, I think there is a benefit in building on a larger scale, is that you don't need to worry too much about full blocks, because when you're looking at it from a distance and when it's big enough, the full blocks, it doesn't matter, right? Like the stairs and slabs aren't going to make that much of a difference, where if you're like building smaller scale or closer up, it really matters.
You need that for the shape, otherwise you're done for. Yeah, I agree. I think that's kind of the vibe, because The granite looks good, but I think if we incorporate it, it might just be a little bit too bold. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'm gonna
sweet.
try and shape this up to the house and kind of see what I can come up with for this overhang and kind of swoop it around the rest of the house as well.
Okay, sweet. I'm gonna play around with this little like awning as well.
So I'm thinking my biggest thing, chat, is we don't want to... I'm just using this for now. We're gonna texture the blocks, shade the blocks, whatever, in a bit here. My biggest thing is I don't want it to come up too quick or too shallow, I guess. Like, it's got a little curve to it, but not a ton. Like, this comes up more than that, that's for sure. We just gotta, like, meet it into the wall in a way that kind of flows nicely with what we got going on. So, kind of a matter of figuring that out. Like, there is a little bit of a drop off here to there, so I think that's fine. If we build that in, we kind of have that going up into the wall there. And then it's what shape accomplishes the rest of this nicely. So we kind of build it up into there. I don't even think...
I see, you're giving it like a wizard hat, kind of.
Yeah, it's getting there. For now, I just wanted to get blocks in place, and then I'll kind of like tweak it from there.
I can totally, like, it's just wild seeing you explain it and then just seeing the vision come together.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm literally just like watching you at this point.
It's a lot of just like spew whatever's going on in my brain onto like the paper, and then I'll figure it out. It's like I just have, like, I just dumped the box of puzzle pieces, and it's like, okay, now I have the pieces, now let me like put it together.
Rearrange.
You know?
Yep.
All right, so we have limited stair slabs walls. Now, here's an idea. Now, here's a crazy. I'm gonna do a crazy, okay? And bear with me just a little bit. We're gonna use a little bit of... We're gonna use a little bit of glass, I do believe. I'm just going to have a couple slabs here and there, just to kind of help sell the shape a little bit better. And it doesn't even need to be a perfect shape. It's going to be kind of this, like, uneven kind of thing that we got going on. I want to use a little bit of these right here. We're going to do maybe in, like, splotches. So, like, kind of out here. It almost... It almost kind of, like, along the ridge of the roof here, on the diagonal, it has this, like, discoloration, you know? So, I'm wondering how it would look if I have that discoloration kind of, like, flow along that diagonal just a little bit. Like, it doesn't need to be a scatter texture, but just something that comes across a little splotch here. And we're a little limited with only having like certain stairs and slabs at our disposal, but I think overall we get that in there. That gives it just that little bit extra of like discoloration. It even kind of comes down here a little bit, so we could even go as far as to say like it'll do that. It kind of comes over. I think we would want to texture that just a little bit. And kind of swoops back up on that corner. And we even have like a little bit of moss and stuff going on. I would say among the mud, we probably want a little bit more of this brick texture coming through just to make it make a little bit more sense. So we would kind of mix that up. I wish we had normal packed mud slabs instead of mud brick slabs. Like if we had the other texture in slab form, that would work really well. I wonder about... So the glass can do some interesting things for us. And that's where we're getting crazy. Because the glass can kind of add... We can use it to shape and we can use it to color, depending on what we're focusing on. Like, it can kind of get that darker hue in there.
See, you're going into, like, the shape, and I've already started being the little detail gremlin.
So, I'm playing around with glass a little bit. So
I heard that. Yeah.
We have, like, these colors, but what if we were able to just change the tint just a little bit, right? It's like
You're
from a
so
distance.
right.
So, like,
Also,
using that glass, it could also shape it a little bit.
I had a thought, but it probably won't work. Nope, too dark.
It is a big jump.
Yeah, it is a big jump. The tint though is so smart. That's awesome.
Just like a touch from a distance, and it takes the mud and just kind of like it's a lot of the same mud, but it just kind of helps you have a little bit less of that mud, you know?
Agreed. I like it.
And I would even, like, looking at it from here, right? We have this, like, drop-off where this roof kind of comes up, and then you have the edge of the roof, and then you have this one. It kind of darkens that a little bit. Right? It's like a little bit of shading with the glass to kind of force that to happen. And I even wonder, like, it might be too much of a step. But yeah, that's too much of a step. Gray's not gonna do it, I don't think. Give it a go, but like if we did that, no, that's too much. That's not good. So I have that, and then we'll have like the wall behind it, and it just kind of eases that color a little bit. I think overall, for a little overhang here, the only thing it's lacking at this point is like a little bit of that greenery, but that'll kind of come in time. And that's like a big swoosh right there. Like the bulk of the second floor kind of comes up right here and kind of takes up this element, this kind of part of the house. So that's kind of a lot of just that overhang. I think we can kind of swoop our way around the house a little bit at this point. If we take that and that and those, we're not really going to use those at the moment. Kind of have these with us as well. We can start to circle this around a little bit. It does, based on the reference image, switch up a little bit. I think what we'll do is probably... It's tricky because this side of the house is a lot of roof. Like roof into this layer and then another roof stacked on top to the second floor. Like, there's not a lot of wall that pokes out over here. So I almost think this kind of becomes more of the actual kind of roof that we have going on. And you can try and make something work from there. And it'll start like a little higher, kind of overhang a bit. Now, we do have this dock out here. These do have beams, but I would even say like this is like not so much an overhang as much as it is just like a lower down, like little fenced off thing, because the roof doesn't really like come down like that. But if I go over here and grab some of these from that palette, and then we go over here and start to work our way down, I would say it would probably go from like an extra block up, and then kind of like at a certain angle. And I don't know if that's the angle that we want, or what. We're kind of limited in not having slabs or stairs of any of these blocks, but we're gonna make do.
Question, with the details that I'm cooking, is it like too jungly or is it like cottage core-esque enough? Like, have I gone too far one way?
I think there's not really a wrong answer to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I know.
It can be a bit of both. It can be a little bit of everything.
You're so right. It's so hard. Like, sometimes you don't know if you're like leaning too far one way or the other, but
Yeah.
I guess it also depends. Sorry, go ahead.
The only thing, like, if I'm doing all of the foliage and everything, I'm probably, for this specific kind of vibe, any of the like the plant life I do, I'm probably gonna lean a little more of like the muted stuff. So like that, like, I guess is drab the right word? Like, it's very plant life, but it's also very like, it's not vibrant, you know?
Okay, so like less of like the flowers and stuff and more of like, what would you choose instead?
Well, it could still be flowers. I would just choose ones that are less of like super vibrant. Like, even that Lily of the Valley is fine. And then it's like avoiding like the bright magentas and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think that would sell the like almost like semi-swampy thing a little better. You're right. Maybe.
Yes. Exactly. No, I see exactly what you mean. Okay, gotcha.
That's kind of where I'm at. Also, why label? Just make it look the way you want. Well, you label in terms of not necessarily like a good or bad thing. It's just so that you kind of know what you're doing, right? It's like if you're the different art forms, right? Or like animation styles. Like, it is useful to kind of know what you're doing, or like what realm it falls under. I almost feel like this needs to be a different angle, but I feel like if it's a straight diagonal, it's not gonna do as good. So I feel like this is our angle that we're working with here. Now this is kind of like a custom flare that's been added that's a little different. So I don't think I change this. I think it just overhangs a little more here and a little less here. It seems like the easiest person in the world to collab with. Yeah, it's been great so far. We're kind of getting into like crazy mushroom back here. But I want to say this would probably go maybe back to like just follow like where this kind of dock is at the moment. And then back here we're kind of getting into crazy business. But if we sort of bring this out to kind of flow with what we got going on. Oops. Do that. And then we would have like the wall would come up like a bit further, so we would have this kind of down there. This would come up maybe 3 more blocks on the side, and then you would maybe have it do that, kind of like the shape of it. And then with this 3 blocks here, we kind of take what we have going on here, and we start doing like the next part of it. And that might even come down 1 block. We might even have this be here. And kind of shoot its way back. Like it's almost stacked in a way. That mushroom starts to kind of poke through quite a bit, but bring it back to like there. And then this shape would be a little different, so This one would be a little bit more.
Oh, that's the perfect roof shape, dude.
We're getting there.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
And then we have like the roof's kind of like stack a little bit. Like this overhangs over top the other one.
Exactly. Yeah, I really like this shape.
I'm just trying to leave like enough room for whatever the 24th spice was to like, you know.
This is the best lore ever. Why did we come up with this?
I don't know, but I'm here for it. It's honestly
Me too.
Yeah, it's better than anything real.
Honestly. Do you mind if I finish up like the second half of this roof thingy you were doing?
Oh, dude,
if I
go
can
for
do
it.
it properly, let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on getting the green parts right, so you do your thing.
Perfect. I'll complete that. Do you mind if I'm just like kind of throwing in details here and there?
I'll just have at it.
Nice.
Okay. So do I bring this any further? I think for now I just do that, and then we'll kind of build it up as we go. Like whatever like big mushroom thing we put in the side. I think we'll kind of work around that as we do.
I have another message from somebody in my chat for you.
Yeah.
Grayson says, I love him. As in you.
Oh. Yeah, that sounds like Gray. So much more like, you know, like well-spoken, easy to understand than like another person. Just like straight
unlike
to the
somebody
point.
else who says, can you be good sniffa?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Honestly.
Wow, don't we love it? We love it. Yeah.
It's great.
And also he didn't make me sniff you, so like
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Actually, Gray, now that we have your attention, actually, Gray, I'm gonna message you at some point because you're on my list of people to do this with at some point.
Grayson, say no. He's keeping me here for 3 weeks and he's making me build out everything.
It's true.
He's pretending to build stuff, but really it's just me. Say no. Just kidding. Say yes. This is actually so fun. Please invite me back.
It's like showing up to class the day the homework is due, and you're just writing numbers and letters that don't have any correlation just to get it done.
Literally. Like this group project, like it's all on me.
I'm gonna get an A, and it's because of the work the other people did.
Yeah. No, that's me right now. Who are you kidding? That is absolutely me. I'm like, I'll put a lantern down, I guess.
This is a nice little shrub.
Yeah. Okay, but for real, like now that you put down this shape right here, it's coming together. You know what I mean?
We're like on the scale of like cooking. We were like boiling the water, and like we have thrown the spaghetti noodles in, and like right now we got the second pot with the sauce and all the seasoning, and we're like stirring that up, you know?
Yeah, and don't forget we have to save some pasta water.
Wait, why?
To thicken up the sauce. You save some pasta water, and then it'll make the sauce really glossy.
No,
next time you make
that's great, but like the way you say pasta, like the Canadian pasta.
Pasta?
Yeah, pasta.
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 You want to come over for some pasta? Oh God, I'm going back to my happy place.
Yeah, understandable. Oh no. Oh, that's incredible. You want some pasta? Just say milk instead of milk? Oh, we could go on this all day, dude. We could go on this all day. Holy. So, okay, this does overhang a little bit. It looks like this does, at least this one. This one does not. Like, if we want to kind of follow that. But, like, I like the shading that this allows to happen. It definitely gets crazy. Now, here's a crazy idea for you guys. Here's a crazy idea. The roof is 3-dimensional, right? The roof is...
Is this too cathedral-like? Did I go too cathedral on this?
I didn't really think cathedral. I don't know. I think keep playing around with it and kind of see where it goes. Because like
yeah, and if it
turn out good.
doesn't, yeah, if it's not the vibe, it's not the vibe.
Yeah. So check this
Okay.
out.
Yeah.
3-dimensional roof. Look at it from here.
I've always wanted to learn how to do these. Okay, so do you just like kind of like extend the top of the roof out further? And that's it?
So it's based on looking at it from the side. It's effectively
Yes.
like the very point of the roof feels like it comes out far enough that there's so much shading that's like on the wall down there. So
Yes.
to allow for that, it's kind of just taking that curve and going from the wall out when you're looking at it from the side, right? The same way that you would just play around with like similar curves from straight on. It's just applying it to something that you wouldn't usually think to apply it, if that makes sense.
Interesting. I've seen people do this before, and I've never had like, I guess it's like the confidence. I don't know why I've never done it, because it's literally just like, just try it, you know?
Yeah, it's easy to not, because you're like, it's easy to have an idea and then just brush it off and be like, no, that's a dumb idea. And then you just
Exactly.
like, you don't know. But I think a lot of it's just like full send. Just commit to it. And then what's the worst thing that could ever happen? You do it and it's not good and you change it. So like, you know.
Exactly. You know what they say, if you never try, you never know. And if you never know, you never try.
Who said that?
Honestly, it was a quote from Broad City. I don't know if you've watched that, so.
I don't know what that is, but.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Fair enough. I had to put you on the spot and ask who they were, you know?
Yeah, that's all right.
Trying to go together. It's looking great. Heck yeah. Glad you like it. Glad you like it. Okay. We do that. And then that. And then that kind of gives us like that part. But honestly, this side doesn't even come down that far. Like, if we do all of that there, we kind of have like this like crazy, I want to say like it comes up like here and then kind of like that might be too close. We might do this and then I guess I have that on me. We do that, and it kind of does a little bit of that right there. I almost want to say this would actually be here. And then it kind of goes back into the build or whatever. It's like this very small, like dormer almost, kind of happening right there. And then that roof kind of clashes a little bit with this, but it's also not the green. Like this one is more so like that with like a sprinkle of that almost. Like I wonder if we just it is 4 blocks, so maybe we could make it like 3. Just really tiny. And then like I'm kind of going a little off script because it's not quite that shape on the other or on like the reference, but if we did like that and then had that just kind of build into there, like it kind of these roofs come together a little bit, right? So they would clash a little bit, but maybe it's not a bad thing, you know? And kind of work with it, right? So if we go all the way back here and we start to kind of like feel out what we got going on at the moment, I think this is good to get us kind of a start. Now, discolorations like we did down here, I think is important to work with. So we can do a little bit of kind of some of that. Just to kind of add that like change to it. I would even say we could go as far as to do that. And we don't need to get crazy on stairs and slabs, because a lot of this is going to be like, we need to make the full blocks work, right? A lot of it comes down to making that work. You don't always need to have the stairs and slabs. So I don't think this is the answer.
Sorry.
Here. What, the breaking glass?
Yeah, I had to break it to make my little like awning thing.
Oh, I see. Dude, you're cooking, honestly.
Am I? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I didn't know how it would turn out. I have never done this before with the barrels and the windows. Really odd, but kind of works, you know?
Yeah, like that second floor like detail that's going on, I would have no idea where to even start. So honestly,
yeah,
you got it.
Okay, good. Glad you like. Oh, also that tiny this little guy right here.
Yeah.
This is cool too. Love that.
Yeah, it's getting there, but it's such a weird shape in the image that's like, we are like really just kind of left to figure it out. Like, good luck, buddy, you know?
Oh, that's very much open to interpretation. Like that one, yeah. Just good luck.
We'll see where it goes from here. Workshopping.
Yeah, I'm liking it though. I think you're on the right track.
Heck yeah. I think we connect the walls there. I think that helps sell it for sure. It doesn't look as out of place. Connect the walls back there. And I'm not sure how far back we take it. I would say we haven't really gotten to that side yet, so hard to say for sure. Let me tab out for just a moment. Okay. Yeah, I think we try to figure out some details on these roofs at the moment. I'll maybe push that back just a little bit more, just so we can kind of see what it looks like when these go a little further. So we do all of that. So like from there, it kind of fills that space, right? That's kind of what I was getting at. And then we'll want these to build up. Fill that space. Same thing over here. We'll want these to fill this space. Now we can try to do a little bit of shenanigans here. So we're gonna do highlights first. We'll go highlights into the concrete. And it'll
another
do
question for you.
A little bit like that.
How are we feeling like about stripped oak texturing on the walls? Is that like a yay or a nay? What do you think? Because I'm undecided.
I like it. I think
you like it?
Yeah, because it's a good way to break up the plank texture so that there's not too many of those lines, you know?
That's what I was thinking, because this wall, I've added so much detail already, and it just felt like it was like chunky in some spots that it shouldn't have been.
Right.
And I think that's the solution. Okay, sweet.
So the green wool is such an interesting color to have in here. But I think we can make this work. Especially like if it's a lot of the moss and green wool. I think that can definitely work for us. I'm just wondering, like, the highlights are the parts that I'm wondering about. Because the bamboos is a big jump, but we are looking at it from, like, back here. So that is something to keep in mind as well. I almost want to say that we need a lot more of this to be kind of highlighted. And then we kind of get the darker colors kind of up top and around. Up and around, you know? So which one is darker? Actually, man, that green, we got a lot of different hues going on. We got a lot of different hues going on. Do we, I feel like we lose either the green wool or the bamboo. Question.
What's up?
So I'm trying to play around with like the different colors and textures on the roof, but
Yep.
I feel like we need to lose either the bamboo or the green wool, but like the other two are fine. I just feel like
the other two, yeah.
one of those needs to go, and we need to like commit either in like the green wool direction or the bamboo direction, you know?
Totally see what you mean. They're conflicting.
Yeah, because like one's like, I don't know.
It's hard because my response is that the green wool naturally goes really well with the moss and the terracotta.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like a no-brainer, but then the bamboo provides like that like light spot like you were talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm almost more inclined to like go with something different. Do you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
And then also, I'm wondering, like having that, no, that's a lot of texture going on. That's a lot. Wow. Why did I do that?
It wasn't the worst thing ever.
If like you replace the wool with leaves, but is that too much texture too?
I don't think it's a matter of too much texture per se. I would even say like one of the benefits of the bamboo is that you get that texture, which looks like it could be kind of like a roof tile kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish it was slightly less yellow, I guess.
I know. See, I feel like with the bamboo, the problem is you can only use it on like a couple of patches as like a center point, like a centerpiece. You know what I mean? But I do like it because it's different.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you're not sold on the bamboo, I say get rid of the bamboo.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning in that direction.
Yeah, I say the bamboo's not worth it.
Okay. So, I didn't use any concrete powder yet because I wasn't entirely sure. It could be our new highlight. We are just then left with its concrete powder. So, you know, there is that. We could also potentially, we could just lean darker. So maybe we make our new highlight. Our new highlight becomes this. This is our new highlight. And then from there, we go, we have moss, green wool, and dark. It's just like, which direction would this go? Would this go this way? That feels a little better. That feels like it makes a little more sense. Lightest to darkest. So we would go moss around here for like our highlight. And then we would have green wool. Probably do like that. And then we would have green concrete. So something like that. And then just kind of follow that like line, right? We're trying to like accomplish this shading. We'll even have like a little overlap there. So something like that. And I think we're cooking. It's hard to do on just that small little roof right there, but I think it would start to do something a little bit more if we had it up here as well. So I would say for like up here, we do like a highlighted patch that is kind of follows this curve here. Like the top of it down, and maybe like here. Like that's our highlighted part, and these are a little darker. Maybe we even go... Maybe these have to be like our third block. So these are like our wool, and then we'll bring the moss in a little bit so we can keep it a little interesting. So, what do you even say? Do that. And oh yeah, it's all coming together. So then we would even do, so the green wool would have to make up like a little bit more of what's going on here. So we would just bring these out a little bit more. Like so, and then the green concrete. Here's a thought. Green concrete into moss again. Right at the edges. It kind of skips a color. You know what? I'm here for it. I think it's a winner. I like it. So we get some of those. I even say do that. And now we look at it from far enough away. You're getting the shading. I think we're cooking. It's almost like the lime is like desaturated. So it's like sun bleached, you know? Like it's kind of lost some of the saturation where the sun like hits the best. And then yeah, I think we nailed it with like what we have down there as well, like where the light might be a lot of the time. I think that's good. I want to say over here, I think this only comes back a certain distance before this ends, right? Like, I feel like that's got to be the case. How do we... I think it becomes something like this. I think we have a wall that ends that dormer, maybe, and then man, this is tricky. Like, how would we, like, from this side specifically? Because we would want a wall to have this kind of like feed into, and then maybe like a wall here that then goes back. But then we would need like another roof for this, I feel like, right? So then like that's not perfect, you know? I wonder... This is real tricky. Like, we could almost take this roof and have this curve out in this direction. Like, that would be a crazy thing to do, but also, would it be? Like, get rid of this. Get rid of that. We take this out to, say, here. This continues to follow. This follows as well. This follows as well. And then this would have to build back into it. So this would have to go into the side, like so. Which does make that pretty long. But it is very long. Longer than I would like. I think that's probably as long as I would like it to go. Realistically, I would even say we bring it out like that. So this is really where it starts to turn from what we did have going on into what we're going to have going on. You know what I mean? So this goes out to here. Now, this is going way off script from the old inspo. But I think that's fine. It adds that little bit behind it, which I think is needed to have this amount to something other than just a roof that kind of disappears off in the distance, like a small one. Like, it has something that it eventually joins in with. And we still get the feeling that this roof points up higher. And you know what we could do? You know what we could even do? This doesn't need to come up as high. We could have this. We could have this come up like that high. And then, like, it's a shorter version, right? So, let's say it doesn't go up quite as much. And we could even play around with that some more. We could have it lower. But I think that's probably good right there. Then we still get this raising up high enough. That part back there is short enough that it's okay. And from here, we can kind of shape these up to a certain point. So we do that. And then we can kind of play around with like the lighting and whatnot from there. Real quick, let me just play around with like messing that up a little bit. Build that into it. Still feel like we could benefit from like shaping this somehow. Getting that just a little better somehow. I'm not entirely sure. It might be fine. Could be overthinking it. Ooh, I wonder if... Let's take this for example. if that helps sell it. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, it doesn't. I just didn't want to commit to something like a stair, which is like too bulky. You know? I feel like a trapdoor is maybe not enough. But if we did like a wall up at that part, that kind of helps sell that curve a little bit better. I think I like that. I think I like that a lot better. Those little walls right there, just on the edge. Just on the edge of it. Add that little touch. I think we're doing some good stuff. Ooh, you're working on the windows?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen this, but I just started playing around with this in a build that I haven't done actually in an episode yet.
Okay.
But, hear me out. Whoops.
Okay.
If we were to, I want to see how this looks. We just need something back here on the sides. So, back up quite a bit, but like,
okay.
Look at it straight on.
Yep. Wait, what?
We need these front ones to be something else. So let's do like gray. If we do, wait, light gray. Where's light gray? So the idea is, here, I'll just make them all panes. It's fine. Oh, I broke everything.
It's okay. You're cooking.
So, double layer glass panes gives you that line in the middle.
Oh, what the heck?
You get these windows, which are like smaller glass panes, you know?
It looks like real window.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see it.
You just put glass panes behind glass panes. Now, like,
wait, what?
I did normal glass panes behind light gray. So, like, if you offset the color, it works better.
Oh, that is so smart.
It's a really cool effect. So I've been playing around with that.
I've never seen that before. It definitely only works if you have like bigger windows like this, but I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's one of the like all the like larger scale building things I've been trying to do. That's one of the things where it's like you gotta commit because you're gonna lose some interior space, but
yeah, but no, you've got yourself a fancy like cottage core window.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that is so cool. What the heck? I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, there you go. Learn something new every day.
You cooked. You cooked.
Heck yeah. There it is. Hopefully that's a good little tidbit for anybody in chat as well. Okay, we're gonna highlight up here as well. We'll have that go up to there. Write that down, write that down. And then here down to here. I think this is going to be a little darker. So we have that kind of come up there. Build into that. We'll do... So these are our highlights. Moss is our second color. So we actually need to build the moss into there quite a bit. So we will play into it just a little bit here. Into there. That little bit of moss is kind of showing through on both sides. But you know what? It could be fine. Why don't we... I'm not going to worry too much about the backside like I do on the front, you know? You're a genius. I didn't come up with it. But I wrote it down from a beat-ups video because it was too good. Too good. So we do that, and then... That's our green wool going over there. So now, down here... Save some room for the concrete. And bring that out to there. So now we do this. For the darker part. And then back here, I'm gonna have to start working on this mushroom. Or I think that's where I'm gonna start working. Just a moment. Bring this down. A little bit further as well. Just a splash of that right there, that mossy. So we got that going for the green roof up top. This can kind of build back into there just a little bit. Now, this could, maybe should, come out a little farther, but then again, you know what we could do? We could have... We could have this be our wall, like all the way back here. Hear me out. Hear me out. We have our wall back here. And then our little like in-between roof just kind of bridges this gap. So let's say...
Sorry, I just had to change tick speed real quick.
I can't believe you're hacking into my
world. I know. I'm booting you next.
Oh, no.
Sorry, man.
Dang. So we bring this over. We'll kind of play around with that a little bit, but we do that. Bring this in. And then we want that gradual feel, so it would step up a whole block here. And then... maybe that's how that like wraps around into there. So... here's where we would kind of like do it a little different, right? Like I'd maybe be inclined to shape it up a little bit right there. We could do a bit of that, slab there, slab there. Well, I guess this may need to wrap around a little bit. Like so. Maybe we would do something like that. So kind of reverse what I was doing there. And then we would maybe do a little bit up there, kind of offset, I think is totally fine. Our kind of discoloration, we can have go kind of along here. I cannot place blocks. Okay, there we go. So a little bit of that over there. We could even do just a little bit right here. A little bit up there. Let's grab some packed mud. Let's try to get a little more of that texture mixed in so that it doesn't look like it's so much only just the slabs, you know what I mean? A little more like it's a part of everything. So this gets us something. This gets us something. I think we do this and this. And we even build like that all the way up, potentially. I think that's good. I like that. We do that, kind of swooshes around into here. Now, what do we do for some of these? We had that like plus shape. I wonder how that would translate to this side. I gotta think about how that was done. Hold on. How was that done? Oh, 4 corner stairs. So, like this or smaller? Oh, maybe that's fine. A little bit right there. No, it was smaller. Dang, it was a 2x3. Actually, you know what? I think that's fine. I think that's fine, actually, now that I think about it. I do think 3-dimensional roof here as well. Just a little bit. Doesn't need to be crazy. It doesn't go up as high, so we're not gonna lose sleep over it going any further than that. I think trapdoors were done over here, so we can keep that theme going. So just keep those there. Anything put behind it? I tell you what, why don't we do... Here's an idea. We wanted that warm look, right? Over from Drift on Twitch, I tell you, hydrate and stretch. Yeah, I'm not good at taking breaks. I'll tell you that. I can tell you that much. So I needed the reminder. But good to see you, Ankle Biter. Does Drift usually call you Ankle Biter or something else? I mean, I can call you Ankle Biter. It's just new chatters are gonna be like, "What? Huh? What'd you say?" I'll get up and run to the bathroom in a second here. Question.
What's up?
Look at that window on the second floor.
Windows, second floor. Gotcha. Windows, second floor.
No, the one you did out front.
Oh, out front. What's up?
You see it? The honeycomb.
What'd I do?
No, I did. Behind the window, second floor.
Oh, the honeycomb!
Yes.
Oh, yep, that's the vibe.
That warm, that gift shop interior.
We were talking about the warmth earlier.
Yeah.
That's it, it's honeycomb.
Yep. Had to get that gift shop looking vibe, you know?
You're so right. It's funny because I was thinking earlier, I was like, shroom lights could be cool, but I think it's the honeycomb. I'm adding that because we're not really going to be working on the interior, right?
Yeah, it's going to be like an exterior focus thing.
Okay, sweet. I might add it behind as well on some of these other ones.
Sweet. Also, I'm going to step away for a minute, take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Yep, no worries.
All right. I will... Oh, Harley's getting anxious about it. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to leave you on this screen. I won't even go to BRB. I'll just leave you here so you guys can kind of watch it come together. And I'll be back in a minute. Gonna get up, stretch, run to the bathroom, all that good stuff. Shroom light if we want actual light. Yeah, I think they're interchangeable because I think they both do the same thing. So I think it's definitely something that we can look at for sure. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Whack. Let me go back to 80. Do that real quick. Okay. Weeba. So, we were cooking over here for a little bit.
Also, on the windows over here.
Yeah.
We tried something else out because the honeycomb looked like a little bit awkward without like the shutters.
Yeah.
Honey block instead on these ones is kind of the move.
I like
you know,
it,
like,
like
a nice mix between the two is really good.
Yeah. Chad was saying for any windows that don't have any exterior light around them, that's where something like shroom light would work really well, I think, to have like the light poking through.
Yeah. The one problem is the shroom light. It's a little bit more saturated, so it looks a little bit more messy. That's the only thing.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, and then glowstone's kind of like way too yellowy, I feel like sometimes.
Yeah, we were talking about that in chat because we tried both, and like it's just very noisy of a texture too. Yeah, it's hard. We're cooking though.
Yep, we're cooking. So speaking of cooking, actually,
yep.
Is it crazy if you think it's crazy if I try to start working on mushroom spice number 24?
Oh, please, by all means, we need to get this pepper brewing, you know?
Yeah.
We need to start it. I trust you.
Okay.
What kind of blocks are you using?
I was about to figure it out.
Oh.
Get a palette
I mean,
going.
the mushies, are they going to be kind of like, I don't know, do you want it to contrast a lot or kind of blend in more?
So, I'm thinking I might go pretty close to like that source, like those kind of like cyan blue kind of vibes, but like a muted, like not really use like the traditional Minecraft mushroom stuff, but like a cyan terracotta base, right?
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the vibe.
All right, sweet. I'll see what I can cook up here. Desperately want to see what this looks like at night. I'm sorry for this. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. I missed something at the beginning of stream, methinks? What do you miss? Okay, we have these two. I don't think we do that. That feels crazy.
I was going to suggest this, but it's too much. No. No.
About
You're
what?
cooking. You're cooking.
What did you put down? Oh, skulk?
Yeah, it's too much, though.
Ooh, that does make me wonder about...
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe for, like, some of the shading. Like, I'm just trying to think, like... If I'm going, like, the darker spots kind of on the right.
Yeah.
And then, like, to the lighter.
That's a vibe, though. I can see what you're cooking, and I like it.
Heck yeah.
That's good.
With the spices? Oh. The lore behind the mushroom was that, like, this is, like, a witch cottage. Like, a witch lives here. And then, like, was, like, brewing something one day. And then, like, made it really bad. And then, like, had to toss it out. And then, like, from that in the ground is what grew the mushroom through the house. So then Drift joked that, like, the witch was trying to, like, make a new version of Dr. Pepper or something. So then I made the joke that the witch tried to add a 24th spice. Because there's, like, 23 whatever ingredients that they use in Dr. Pepper, whatever it is. So I made the joke that the mushroom is the 24th spice for Dr. Pepper. That's the lore now. It's canon. Like, yeah. It's just how it is. It just simply is how it is. Is that crazy? Is that a crazy idea? Is that, like, unheard of right there? I think that's a winner. I think... Ooh, do I switch these? I think I switch these. I think I switch those. It's hard to say. This one's... Because it's got so many contrasting colors. It's, like, dark and also bright at the same time. That might be a winner. That might be better. That might be better. I think we're cooking. How's it going, Echo? That's what we're looking at so far. This guy's wondering. We got like this angle. We got pretty good. This is kind of like our platform. Like this is our viewing area. So the blue is going to be a pond in the actual world. We're not building the pond here, but it'll be kind of on water, right? So right now I'm going to work on the mushroom. So I think that's our palette. And I think this is where it gets crazy. I think this is where we do... This is where it gets absolutely wild and wacky. So I think I'm going to go... here. Up to here. Up to here. And this is like, we're going full-blown organics at this point. Okay, so that's kind of swooping in from the back. And then we have it go up and over and back. And then kind of like out this way, maybe? I like it. Hear me out, mushroom chimney. Oh, that's crazy. That might actually be what's going on, like, in the picture. That's crazy. Okay, chat just had a suggestion.
Uh-huh.
And I kind of pieced it together with the picture. So, chat said mushroom chimney. Now, look at the inspo picture and tell me that it doesn't already look like it's kind of doing that.
That's a chimney, you know?
Yeah.
That's just like giga chimney.
The flares at the top, like the way it like opens up and everything. Ooh.
That is absolutely a chimney.
Chat's cooking.
100%.
Yep.
Love it. Love it.
Incredible work. Incredible work. Okay, so from here we do... Looks good. Heck yeah, glad you like it. Here we do... I think that's going to be like that left edge. I think that's the left edge. I think we do... We need to get the width of it. So here's where we're kind of left to our devices here. Here's where we got to figure it out. We got to get good. Let's see. Try and shape this up like the root of a mushroom or so. The stem. Whatever you would call it. The base of a mushroom. What do you call that? I don't even know, dude. It's something. That's for sure. We do these, and then... Honestly... Bit of that. Bring that out a little bit. We'll do... that. We're getting somewhere. Stem, then root. Got it. Okay, so we have that. And we're gonna like color this and everything in due time. Now we need a little bit more, so around the top, we need it to kind of like we got that part. We need it almost to like flare up that way and have like a kind of a thing. So wondering if we don't do like that, and then we'll bring a little bit out this way. Like so. And then we have like a little offshoot kind of happen a little bit lower down. So what if we go like here, connect these, and then we'll have it like here. We'll have that reach out a little bit. We'll want it almost like tree branches in a way, kind of, but not really. It's definitely a chunky boy. Like, up towards the top, it's definitely a chunky boy. I think I trim a little bit of this out. I think I trim a little bit of that left side out. I think we go something like that. Maybe I even trim that out. Let's see what we got. I think it's good. This needs some work. I think we could fill this in a little bit. We could bring it up a little bit from like here. You're gonna have that kind of go over a little bit. A little bit of that, and then I like that curve. This has got to swoop down now. We got to take the right side, and we got to... It almost swoops into the roof, actually. Like, this kind of swoops in level with the roof, at least based on the reference. Like, the whole mushroom is from the house itself, not even really, like, from behind it. So... why don't we... We're gonna merge the roof with it. Wherever it meets. I think... maybe like... that? And then it can flare like over the top of the roof a little bit. So... let's fix that shape a little bit. Fix this a little bit. Like it just kind of like, it just pokes out a little bit. And then kind of swooshes back. Not really getting the flare of it just right. Gotta be a little more abrupt, and then I think we're gonna have to take some creative liberties here. Gonna have to take some creative liberty for sure. I think what we do, instead of trying to flare it out and end it there, I think what needs to happen is we bring that down. And then we do... I think this comes down, kind of like right up against the house. And maybe I do that a little different. We'll kind of like turn this around the corner a little bit. I almost want to like build it up like here. Up into the side, so we would go like, maybe this is like as far to that side as it goes. And then it kind of just builds itself up. Like it kind of twists a little bit. You see what I'm going for? Like especially from this angle. It's kind of like corkscrewing up a little bit. And then we just need to kind of fill in some of the gaps. I think we're cooking. I think we're cooking. So... we need there to be a little bit like more shape going on over here. So maybe we do it like that. I think.
Bro, you are cooking right now.
I'm trying to get somewhere. Trying to.
It looks really good. The shape. I took a step back and the shape's looking really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to take a little bit of like creative liberty because in the image we don't really like have a connection to the ground, but I figured we would like put it right back there. It kind of draws your eye to the dock a little bit more too. Like it kind of makes
Agreed.
it stand
It frames it up nicely, eh?
Yeah, and then I kind of have like it's kind of taking this like corkscrew shape that you can really see from the side. It's got this
Yes,
like...
I literally was like just like I don't even know detailing. I turned around and you already whipped that up. I was like, what? Looks so good though.
Heck yeah. Love it. Also, chat, for those wondering, we end at 12. We'll be going like an hour later today. So we are not in a rush. I wonder, is it crazy? Do I do something like this? Do I like add like this like indented part of it right here? You know what I mean? Is that crazy? I think we don't connect it. No, I think that needs to stay so that we can get that specific shape from that side. I think up here, it just kind of does that. And then we're up into this layer. And then this just builds over into that. Bridges into that a little bit. Gives that just a little bit more to work with. It's up the side there. We're cooking. We're definitely cooking. Somewhere natural, heck yeah. Definitely cooking. I wonder about... Push that back a little bit. I think... Push that back a little bit. Fix that. And... this will very nicely and neatly shrink down into something that works better for that. I do think we want it to build just a little bit up into that. So I think we'll do like this. We don't need to be too worried about that side angle. But I think we got something going. I think we'll try and bring this down a little bit from here. Gotta be a little careful on how we... I think we gotta keep that kind of indented to that layer. I guess indent is the right word. So we can keep that shape a little bit. And then kind of build those over. I think we need to get the base of this figured out, so... maybe that's like the base that we're rolling with. We got that going, and then this ends up going all the way into the mushroom, effectively. Same with what we have going on here. Is there like an even darker green? Is there like absurdly dark green? Probably not. Probably using as dark a green as we're gonna get. Because I'm thinking if there's like just dumb green. Ooh, dried kelp. That's like dumb green. You named the series correctly. Inspired all right. Homage is pure artistry. Blah, blah, blah. Heck yeah, dude. What the heck? It's like the nicest thing anyone's ever said. Question.
Yes?
Okay, I was wondering, like, for where the roof gets really close to the mushroom for like shading, I wanted like a just like stupid level of dark green. And the kelp is what I came up with, but like that white line, like it draws your eye too much, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look right. It looks like a present.
Yeah.
Is there any other type of block though? There's gotta be.
Right, because like I've been using the green concrete. I think that's the darkest we got that would like work back
Green
here.
terracotta and green concrete, I think, are the darkest you'll get.
Yeah.
What if you wait a second.
I think green
that's not gonna
terracotta
look like anything.
It's a little darker. It's just like desaturated.
No, that's podzol. That's just dirt. What about wait? No, too textured. Dang, I don't know.
I think I might have to settle for terracotta.
I think you're gonna have to. There's nothing else, honestly. We need more green blocks in this game.
Yeah, we need green blocks that aren't cactus like green. You know, like a stronger green with less yellow.
Yep, agreed. We need more like muted greens in this game.
Yep.
One day.
One day. TM. Love it. Okay. So that'll kind of help us in like the shaded areas. We'll just kind of throw that together. That can do the trick. And then I'll go ahead and moss up a little bit of that just so it kind of blends a little bit better. Theoretically, birch leaves. We could do the leaves. The issue then becomes like, I feel like if we want it to be dark enough.
Hold on, just trying the dark oak leaves too. They're not dark enough. They do provide some good texture though.
I was saying birch leaves, maybe?
Actually, yeah, birch are very muted. That would work for like texture, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's also very airy too.
Yeah, it's like you don't get a lot of coverage with like the green.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, got those built in. Let me continue cooking this up real quick. Dude, I am vibing with the music. Hello? We've just been listening to this piano all day. Like same stuff I use for the videos. It's actually been really nice to build to. Birch leaves over kelp. Birch leaves over kelp. Dude, that white line is so overpowering. You don't see it at an angle, but like if you hit it just right, that white line. Whoa. Kelp without the line? Can we get a dried kelp but no line? That would be great. That would be fantastic. Tell you what. Okay, and then up there. And then yeah, it probably didn't show up too good on stream because of like the compression. But you could definitely, like, I could see the line on my end. It's just like stream compression, you're not gonna see like that many details. Yeah, functionally it makes sense. Holding all the kelp together. I think to make that work properly, I don't think we connect it. I think for these areas to work right, you don't connect it. This is where we're gonna, like, it starts kind of building out. And then into what we have a little higher up. I guess that's connecting it again, isn't it? If we do... something like this. Kind of does the wraparound a little bit. Vanilla Tweaks has one? Yeah. I'm trying to avoid using any of the Vanilla Tweak stuff that changes textures, because then I'm not building in vanilla anymore. Even though it's Vanilla Tweaks, like, at the end of the day, the idea is that you can load up Minecraft purely vanilla default and do the same thing that you're seeing done. You know what I mean? I think for this series, it's important to keep that intact, you know? Like, everything we're doing here are things you can do on a fresh instance. Okay, and then what if I trim this just a little trim? around the edges. Shrink that up, skinny that up a little bit. I like this. It's like really skinny from this angle, but it's a chunky boy from this angle and from this angle, right? It's got that, like, it's got a really unique shape. Really unique shape to it. Let's see. Gotta build up to here. We kind of have it pointed out. We just need it to... kind of continue to build up. Now, I think the roof takes priority, if I'm being honest. So... I think we just build it into the side of the roof, and at the end of the day, that kind of saves us a little bit as well. Like, we don't have to worry about too much of it. But I do think we do this. Because the house was here before the mushroom, right? So, here's why, that's why we would do it like this. What takes precedence when two things clash? Well, which thing was there first? And that doesn't always mean the thing that's there first is the most prominent, but it can affect how you decide what to do, right? Which roof here was first? It was this one, and then the dormer was added after the fact, right? So the dormer kind of works around what we have going on the roof, is kind of the idea with the mushroom here. The roof was here before this grew up. So this grew up on the side of the roof, like up the side. Maybe it broke part of it, but the roof was there first. So if I actually wanted this to poke through from the interior, I would like bust this up a little bit, make that happen. It doesn't always have to go like the thing that was there first though. Like if in the example of this, if I wanted this to have like broken apart part of the house, then it's taking priority because it's like busting through whatever's going on. But like, how does what you're building correlate to what's around it? Like what takes priority, right? When did it happen? Was it before or after? All that kind of stuff, right? Like fun little things to try and consider. Do I want to do a second one of these from this angle? Do we do a second one of these? What do you think? From like our side here. This looks so good. I literally look away to keep an eye on just chat for a minute. Look back, it's even cooler. Thanks. What the heck? Big r/trees eating things energy. I am not familiar with that subreddit, but it sounds like I need to be. I love using r/mini worlds as inspiration for like organic stuff. Mini worlds is a really good one. What do you guys think? Do we do a second dormer? Do we do this again, but like have a second one? Because like this is gonna wrap around. This little half roof wraps around the whole building. It's hard to say. Like we could just have this roof continue that way, and then just this would just build quite a bit. It would just build pretty high up over there. And maybe that's what we do. Maybe we keep it simple. I feel like throwing a second one of these in here is too obvious. You know what I mean? Ooh, sorry, I had to mute for a second. I feel like it's too obvious. Trying to go against the grain a little bit here. Like what makes sense for us to try, you know? I'll keep this going. We'll keep this going all the way to the edge. It would give us... You know, okay, so here's the thing. It would give us a roof here. That's not in line with that. But you know what? This is one of those moments where instead of adjusting it to make it work, why don't we... Or like to force it to work? Why don't we work around it? So this second floor is not aligned with that bottom floor. But I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be. I think there are such things as happy little accidents. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a wall right here. For that second floor. And we'll bring this down. Let's see, do I want to have that overhang? Do we have it set in line, like over here? Over here, it's not really in line. Over here, it is. I think that's just because it's a smaller one. I think over here, we'll have it not in line to match the opposite side. So we'll bring that down, say to here. That little roof can kind of build up into this. So if we do a couple of these, for example, let's just say we have something like this going on. And usually it would wrap around the corner, but we have this kind of in the way. So I would even say that this is going to look a little bit like that, kind of into the side of the mushroom, and then this builds down. Builds into there. And then this over here. We would just kind of fill that in down there. That's just like a little spot that, one of those throwaway spots, I guess. So it's a little offset, but it's almost supported by the mushroom, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like this wants to, like, tilt and fall down. Like, it's balancing on this beam. Now, obviously, that's not what's going on. But, like, the visual trick that's being played is that this is balancing on this, and it wants to start tipping, but it can't because this is forcing it in place. Treehouse energy, a little bit. Just a little visual thing that you might see. Just a little fun element, I would say, if anything. Now, I'm just going to close this in real quick. Let's go and just say that that's mud. Close that off. And we just have to do this at this point. Just figuring out how we want to do this. So we don't want there to be anything in this gap here on this layer, because we want to keep that shape just like it is at the moment. So it could be as simple as we'll just kind of fill these in like so. Now, I do think we would benefit from shaping it a little bit better around some of these instances here. So something like that. I think we could benefit from something like that. Doing this all out of wool first, too, is really nice. Now, the only reason I'm doing wool, I mean, you can do wool if you just want to get the shape, like, by all means. But it's one of our actual blocks. So when I go back through to shade this up, we don't need to replace all the blocks, because we're already using something that makes up a lot of it. So I think that's good. I do wonder about if I would like to make this any bigger. That little offshoot right there. I don't think we need to. I think it actually does what it needs to do. As is, honestly. I think it does what it needs to do. So, can't really complain there. I think we got all of that enclosed. So, why don't we, before I start shading it, why don't we try and get a little fancy here? I'm gonna grab some of this. What else might we use? I can think of a couple things that we might want to play around with a little bit to get like a certain like flared effect that we might want to go for. Especially from a distance. We can get away with like nether brick because it's going to be viewed from a distance and it's all dark. Give me a chain. for sure. Give me... You know what? This might work. So it kind of like flares out into like branches. So like if we start playing around with... You know what I mean though? Like from a distance, you don't even know that that's nether brick. You don't even know that it's purple. You know what I mean? Closer you get, sure. But we just need it to flare. We need it to flare like tree branches. So, walls, fences, maybe even chains, maybe even iron bars. Can do that if they're like single standalone things. But like, here's the idea. It kind of flares into all of these little branches, right? So I even wonder, like, the only problem with chains is that they're not going to connect to anything. They would have to be used in a straight line, so that makes them a little less usable. The bars have to be kind of like that, you know what I mean? But we could maybe make this work. Now, those aren't going to connect to the side, unfortunately. So anytime we do these, it's going to have to be like that. You know what I mean? But if we take a step back and we do this a bunch all around the top, and then we built like the canopy out of whatever, I think we might be cooking. Now, it's possible that we're not cooking, right? Not everything we do is going to be first try. But if we did enough of this, and we could even take some of this, split it off at the same one. We can do this up to there. Get rid of that. And I would even say, like, it kind of leans over to the side a little bit, the canopy, so have some that might support it kind of out in this direction. Like so. And let's see if we can't play around with... We would go like a little bit lighter for the canopy, so something like that. With something like... Kind of seeing how these compare. I'd maybe use that a little bit to help shade it. We could do... Man, we chose a color that scarcely exists in the game, to be honest. So maybe we need to go somewhere a little different, but... Like, warped wood is the obvious choice. It's just very strong. Do I want something that potent? Are we going to be left to something that potent, whether we like it or not? Same with copper. It's kind of a lot of the same. We might be left with just trying to figure out warped wood, and then whatever might go with warped wood. But it could be something. It could be something. For sure. Getting the canopy to look right is going to be a little tricky. But if I can get the edges of it first. One big chunker of a stem, yep. And It can like droop a little bit down here. Like so. And then up here at its peak, it kind of goes back down a little bit. So down to like here. And then we'll have it flare out just a little bit. I think it needs to come down a little bit more. Take a look. And bring it down a little sooner. So we go here. And there. Check it out from our platform. We would need to... These would need to go up a little higher. I think we bring it down way sooner. I think it's too far off the ground. I think what needs to happen is... Yeah, I think what needs to happen is this. I think we are kind of locking ourselves into something a little trickier because I had it right on top of that. When we can get away with it not being on there per se. I think we can kind of adjust that a little bit. But I think we bring this down. Kind of have it flaring out there. Let me get rid of that. I'll put that there instead. I think we get away with that, which can kind of bridge that gap from there. Now that we're over here, I think we can start rounding it a little bit. So bring this kind of up in this direction. Kind of bring it back a little bit. Going for an organic shape, so it doesn't need to be a perfect circle or anything close. It is free to live its best life. And so we are just going to be the one that sees it through. So something like that. Just for the base of it, and then it rounds up. Very mushroom-like. And this is where we can take some creative liberties, such as that block. And maybe not a concrete or terracotta, because I don't love any of those comparatively. For night glow, if we want the mushroom to glow. I don't think we don't necessarily need it to glow at night, right? It's okay to have dark spots in a build, I think, at night, because then your eyes can be better drawn to the spots that are meant to be lit up. It could go either way. Anything else in here? I was thinking maybe warp block. Definitely warp block.
Dude, how is it already 120? What the heck?
Yeah, honestly.
Like, what? We're cooking, though. Have you seen this thing recently?
Dude, it's crazy. Hello?
It's, like, really cool.
Oh, yeah. especially like from the angle, like the angle. You know?
I know, it's, you just gotta stay near the platform and you gotta take a look. The angle is the one.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Pepper who?
Honestly, they should hire both of us because, you know.
Yeah, step aside. Mrs. Pepper is here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Let's see. I think for now I should not worry about mixing in the textures. That's MD Pepper tea. I think for now we just worry about getting the shape. Now we need to kind of like turn what we have at the moment into this like dome kind of vibe, but it's like an organic dome, because like obviously it's there's only so much we can do at the moment. So like it basically mushroom cap, you know, is what we're needing to do. I think we got to be a little careful here to not lose our shape. I think we do need to be a little careful. Make sure we're using our slabs and stuff where we can.
There's an intruder?
Blend it darker to lighter. An intruder?
Over?
What's that?
Yep. Yep. We have a problem?
Oh, no.
Yep.
Not solicitors.
Yeah, we have solicitors.
Oh.
He's trying to steal
You know what the worst part is?
24 spice. What?
Yeah.
What is the worst part?
He's actually got a really good trade for small
Does he
drip leaf.
actually?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Too bad we're in creative, bud.
Yeah.
We don't need ya.
Honestly. Yep.
Get out of here.
Uh-oh, look what I found. It's so loud.
It's so loud, and why are there so many pixels?
That's crazy. That's the first time I've used a mace.
Yo, it is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool,
It's
actually.
truly powerful.
That's wild. Incredible. That was awesome. Okay, so this goes up, and then... As long as we're mushroom capping. As long as that's kind of what's happening here, then we're doing good. It's pretty flat, honestly, like in the reference, but I think we've done good. I think that does the trick. That's a mushroom cap. It's just like held up by these branches, right? So it's like a mushroom cap, but not connected in the way you might expect. Which I think is part of the fun of that reference picture. Is like there are parts of it that are like, wait, why does it do that? But like not in a bad way, you know? Why does it do that in a good way? So here's where I'm gonna shade this a little bit. We're just gonna we're gonna make the wood look intentional, like it's shading. And that way, because it's the only thing we have stairs and slabs of, right? So we make the wood look intentional, like it's just a part of the shading. All of a sudden you can see past the fact that it only exists on the edges because it's there for shading, not just stairs and slabs. Usually if it's just stairs and slabs, you can kind of tell that that's why it's there. So this kind of gives us the opportunity to, or an excuse, I guess, to use them a little better, where you're not too worried about that per se. I almost wonder if, how does it look if you mix in some glass? Light blue? That's really good. I actually really like that. If we do light blue at the top, just some light blue glass, Like literally just like that. Just that little shade lighter without going too much. It kind of shapes it a little bit from down there, but like in a way that I like. What would it look like if I did that? If we like shape it. Ooh. Ooh, we're cooking with glass. The glass is cooking, I'm not gonna lie. I like having the glass in here. This is actually doing really, really cool things. And then we could... like shape it up a little bit right there too. Dude, I'm telling you. Are we cooking with the glass or am I crazy? No, we're cooking. I think I still put that block back there because I like the shape that it gave us. So like it helps kind of refine a little bit of what we have going on here. You know? It's such a subtle little change. It's just such a subtle little thing. I like it. I like it a lot. Do we even need this? I think if we do that, it works better. Tell you what, even better. Let's do that. We'll have it hang down a little bit lower. These don't connect fully, so we're gonna go there. As much as we can. They don't need to actually connect. That's the best part. Is if from a distance, as long as it looks like it connects. That's all you need. All I need it to do is look like it does from a distance. And you're good to go. So like just bring that up a little extra. Bring that up a little extra. Seems good. Just bring that up a little extra. This one. A little extra. You know what I mean? You're never gonna see it from too close. As long as it looks like it's all got something to connect to. Now, we wanted it to be a chimney. So there is like a smoke effect to be had other than just campfires. I think with glass, I think we're on a big enough scale that that could work. But I do also need to add a little bit over here. So we're gonna do that real quick. Just a couple. Nothing crazy. Not even one there, honestly. Not even one there. I think it's just these, and... I think... Hard to say for sure, but let's roll with it. Okay. This one's gonna be a little trickier to get right. I think if we have it kind of angled down there. And it can brush into the side there, and that's fine. I think if we lower this, I think that's a winner. And then we can just add like a little shape to it, not nearly as big as that. So something like that. I feel like we would need a little bit more out here. We'd want to shape it a little bit better. This might be a lot of wood to get it to do what we want. But you know what? I think that is okay. I think we just mix in a lot of these instead, because this works a little better with warped. I think, honestly, I feel like it can be lower down to the branch. And I might not even like lower that as much as I do just bring this up a little higher. Like the actual wool. Does that make sense? Like, what if we got rid of this and we brought this up almost all the way? Like, pretty close to it. I think it's better if it kind of comes up to the side there, and then from there we can have like some of these kind of doing their thing. I would even say we could go here. Extend that out a little bit. If that went up, no, that wouldn't be able to. Okay, so we would just do something like that. So it goes so hard? Heck yeah. Glad you like it. This is a great first Inspire collab build. And we could just add some of these. They don't even need like we don't even necessarily need the fences in here every time to like sell the whole like branch effect. Like it helps, but like we can kind of sell that without it, you know? We just add a bunch of those in there. I'm here for it. Oh, I just noticed there's like little hanging lanterns off of the mushroom. Off of like these branches. Definitely soul lanterns. Buildmaster, I don't know about Buildmaster, but just glad you like it. Hold on, what if we did one that's like a little off to the side? Crazy, we're getting real fantasy here. Okay. And then... honestly, though, like in the image, it's kind of like these floating lanterns, but we could go full blocks because we're on a bigger scale. So we can make the lanterns not lanterns. Like we can make them bigger blocks. Doesn't know how to do shapes like this. I just had to say, you can't say you're bad at painting when you raise it together. Well, I'm still very much learning myself. Always learning. Always trying to get better. I think sea lanterns with warped? Yeah, maybe. That'd probably be easier to get the frog lights. Because I don't have a frog light setup. Sea lantern. So, did like those, and honestly, the larger blocks kind of work.
Hi, I have some chatter,
Yeah?
if you will.
Yeah.
A certain somebody says, drip BTW and exclamation point play. As he says that.
Yep, that sounds right. That sounds
Yeah.
right. Yeah, they're like they're suffering withdrawals because since I'm on YouTube, I don't have my usual setup, and we also didn't do marbles, so they're like they need their fix, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, I understand. They're just trying to get by.
Can't blame them. Classic. Classic. That connects? Yeah, that connects. We could even throw a couple out here, honestly. Not a ton. There doesn't need to be a ton. Because there isn't really a ton of them in the picture, but... just sprinkle in a handful. I like it. Opium truck talking about us like we're drug addicts. I mean... chat is usually fiending for the marbles. So it's almost like... I wonder if we could give it like a yellowy... is there like a yellowy thing we could do? Because there's like a splash of yellow in there, you know what I mean? Is this crazy? Is this too crazy? Is this too much? Because like, oh, that really sells it. No, that sells it. I think the yellow's good. I think the yellow's good. I don't know about you guys. Me Galactic Moon, I was going Galactic Moon. I think it sells it. It doesn't even need to be sea lanterns at this point. We could kind of just put whatever in there, but it's like yellow, but it's also not glowstone, you know what I mean? I think it's a fun detail. Ochre frog lights or shroom lights? I considered frog lights, but I don't have any frog lights set up, so I'd have to go do all of that. I mean, I'll have to do it at some point, but... sea lanterns are a bit expensive as well. I have to figure that out. But, like, if I want a light block that's, like, white, you know what I mean? I kind of want to use glowstone, probably. Oh, it's way darker. The glowstone's way darker. Definitely gotta have a light block in there. Like that. I'm wondering about... okay, so to get the shape of these, Because like they almost look like light bulbs. Like they're little light bulbs hanging from the tree. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys see that as well. I almost wonder if we still put a lantern underneath. Or like something to sell that shape. Flower pot wouldn't connect. But maybe like a wall. Like too big. Too big, too bulky. Too big, too bulky. Not a big fan of that. Bamboo fence? Yeah, if we want to keep like the yellow kind of vibe going. I don't think that really sells it either. That just looks kind of weird. We need something that's not that tall. We need like half size vertically. You know what I mean? Something that doesn't reach a full block in length, but like could connect underneath. Or to see the reference image? Yeah. Yeah, I only have it pretty small still. Fence is better than the wall, but not great. Yeah, I still think I like lantern better in that case. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever, but I don't think that's really a solution. Hanging a sign, I think it might be too wide, and then you would have like a warped perspective depending on how you're looking at it. Honestly, this is as close as we're gonna get. But you know what? It does a pretty good job. It does a pretty good job. Here's the thing with the bell. It would be a little clunky. And it has like the things on the side. The like wood rods on the side or whatever. Wooden beams. I think I like lanterns. I think this is good. I think lanterns with these along the side for that yellow. You know what I mean? We do this. Oh, when it's hanging below, it doesn't have that. Yeah, that's fair. Can you get bells from a villager by trading? Whoops. Or would I need to go find them? Because that would affect it for sure. They're entities. You don't even see it at a distance. Well, it might work if they weren't entities. Alright, the more you know. Didn't realize that was the case. Okay, here's the next thing. I might move this one because you can't really see it. I don't mind the ones on the back, but like this one, it kind of clashes because of where it's located. So I think what we need to do is make it a little, put it in a better spot if it's going to be from there. Like maybe just that one's fine on the left, and then we could throw like, honestly, I'll be a little cheaty and I'll put it where it doesn't even connect and you won't even know, but like it doesn't actually connect, it just looks like it does. I think I raised it up by one. Just don't tell anyone that it doesn't actually connect. But yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that. I think that's good for our little details there. We do have Just wondering, like, we're gonna shade this up with our other blocks. I'm wondering about...
Hello, good friend.
Hey!
We are at the 15-minute mark, and I
Yes.
have to leave around 2.
Yep.
So, should we wrap up a couple things and then, like, walk through it together, kind of?
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah, I feel like that could work.
Anything that doesn't get, like, absolutely finalized here will just be, like, I'll find a way to kind of tie in at some point when I'm ready to incorporate it.
Yeah, I feel like we got the bulk of it done, though. Like, the vibes and stuff, right?
Yeah, we absolutely got the vibe going.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of shading on the front, I think. And then... go from there. Okay, so there's our shading blocks. Collecting these ought to be fun. They're also directional. Doing this where it's all darker. Don't want to use any more of those than we need to. Yeah, those being directional is one of the happenstances of all time. So it's at its darkest there, a little bit higher, and a little bit over here. And back here. Oh, geez. There we go. There, here. Okay, let me... a couple of those, a couple of these. I'm trying not to use any more of these than I need to for when I do incorporate it. It's like dark, but it's not the darkest, right? So I almost think I don't get too crazy over here. And like we will back here, for example. I think the shading on this thing is really what's gonna sell it. I think this has got to stretch over a little bit. Yeah, and then we could even do a little bit in here. A little dark patch there. A little bit here. And we can kind of get a little lighter from there. We're not going to have time to shade the whole thing, but just to try and like get it started, you know? So we just kind of hug that part of it.
Oh yeah, that texture, the deep slate, that's it. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, it is really gonna come to life once it started getting like the shading and texture and everything.
Yeah, it's so good.
What did you think of the these like in the image? It was almost like little light bulbs hanging from like the tree or whatever it was trying to do.
You know, I never noticed those at first, and now I see them. But like the lanterns that you created are so cool. I love that.
Heck yeah! I was wondering
Yeah, I
if
think
the
that's
bamboo was
super
too
cute.
much or if it got the yellow just right.
No, it's just right for sure.
Sweet.
Yeah, I find like the bamboo trapdoors are like, I don't know, they're pretty spot on for using them that way. I always forget to, honestly.
I honestly, I just forget bamboo exists.
Same.
Like all the
Even
time.
though it's so nice, it's not
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. Okay.
I like how you did the shading underneath too. I need to learn how to do that more, where you do like darker blocks underneath where like the light wouldn't hit.
Oh yeah.
It's so smart.
Yeah, a good way. So something I've actually been using is, so I'll play with my brightness lower, and it does a cool effect where like you get to appreciate lighting a little bit more. But what it also does is it helps you see like where is the actual light in game actually reaching or not reaching, better than if you're just like 100 brightness. You know what I mean? So
What the heck?
yeah, I started playing around with like lower brightness and specifically in the range of like 30 to 50. If you're around there, it like
30 to 50.
it changes like it changes everything. Like it takes a little to get used to because everyone plays at 100% brightness. But
I don't even see. Oh, brightness default. 30 to 50?
yeah.
Oh my gosh, I forgot brightness was a thing. I've been like,
Yep.
I feel like I've been low light this whole time. Oh my god, I can see so much better. What the heck?
Oh, you were too low on brightness?
Oh, I've been at like 50% this whole time.
Yeah. 50. I used to be at 100. Now I play at 30.
It's because I play with shaders, so I never toggle any of this
yeah.
stuff. So playing today, I was like, oh, it's kind of dark. Wow.
Yeah.
I see what you mean, though. I totally see what you mean.
Yeah, it's
Meanwhile, I'm like, I've been working in darkness this whole time.
it's helpful to see what the actual, and I think shaders could also be good for it. Like it just kind of amplifies the darks and the lights so that you can
Oh, totally.
you can then be like, okay, well, I should maybe make that darker so that when the lighting doesn't do it, the blocks do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I would love to see this building with shaders, to be honest. It's got the right vibe for it.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Heck yeah. Are you ready to kind of
Walk through? Yeah, I
show
think
off all the
so.
stuff? All right.
Yeah, let's
sweet.
do it.
Heck yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to the platform first. Of course, we have to.
Yep.
And I'm zooming in a bit. You know what? This looks sick.
Oh yeah. This is awesome.
I love it. What do you think?
I think this was the perfect amount of like crazy in a cool way for like the very first thing to add into like this whole series.
For real. It looks so good. Like, what's your favorite thing?
It's I think the favorite thing is just generally speaking, like when it catches your eye, like what's going on there, like you feel like you need to pause and like take it in. You know what I mean?
Yep. I agree. I think, honestly, because I learned so much today with like the shape, and it's wild to me that like it's a big build. Like when you look at the footprint of it, it is big. I know we didn't finish off like the other part of the roof, but even adding that like that's not that much to add.
Right.
It's wild to me that like, I don't know, we did something that's like such a larger scale than I normally build, but it doesn't feel overwhelming. Like it feels like it fits.
Yeah, it's just, you know, on whatever scale you do, it's bringing everything in around it to kind of like bring it back to earth, I guess.
Yeah, it's like very grounded, especially with like, I think one of my favorite details is the rock pile. The way it goes like, because this like this point of the build is very like, I don't know, it's the central focus. Like, I like how both me and you, like when we thought of the build, I mean, I know we're working off of a reference, but we knew from the beginning this would be the vantage point.
Yeah.
And the way that you worked like the rocks flowing down, and then like also there's like a stream of it going into the front of the house. Like, I think that's just like very nice. It's satisfying.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this looks like when there's like actual water for it to like interact with, you know?
Me too. I know. I think it's gonna look so good. Just like, I don't know. You know what else I really love about it? The honeycomb.
The honeycomb is a nice touch. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm gonna use the honey and the honeycomb, and also the glass like pane trick that you told me about. I'm probably gonna use those again.
You know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna start putting barrels behind windows because
why does it look swag? What is
pretty
that?
Cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I don't understand why.
This like a trap door to pressure plate to trap door thing down there. Wouldn't have done that.
You know what?
Done that. I like it.
I've got to be honest. I've never done that in my life before. But like looking at the trim on the window, I was like, how do I make that work? And that's what I came up with. And I'll probably use it again.
Yeah. No, that was really good.
The roof. I love the roof. The way it like, you made it like
3D
jut
roof.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another thing I want to learn how to use.
Yeah. It's there was some good stuff we used in here.
Yeah, I would say that overall, this has been like a huge success.
Heck yeah. And best part of all, we discovered what happens when you add a 24th spice to Dr. Pepper. Or pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does happen? Can we tell the viewers what happens? Because it's kind of a secret, you know?
I think it's one of those things where it's like, if you know, and if you figure it out, you figure it out. But like, if you don't, then maybe it's better that you don't, you know?
I agree. Like, I'm happy I know, and I'm happy that you've learned too. Like, we're both enlightened, but I think chat needs to figure that out for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. But like, whatever you do, don't actually try it yourself.
Yeah.
Because bad things happen.
Yeah, it is a hazard.
Yeah.
Because it's a very finicky recipe. So if you get it wrong, bad things can happen.
You can't add or remove. It's got to be 23. Exactly.
Exactly.
I love it. I'm gonna have to put some kind of like Dr. Pepper reference somewhere in the build.
Literally, like you have to now. It's the home of Mrs. Pepper.
That's MD Pepper.
MD Pepper, yeah. You have to. You have to.
Someone in chat said that earlier.
MD Pepper, so good.
All right.
Well,
I would say,
sorry, you go ahead.
Great success. Couldn't have planned it better, honestly. I think the best part is like just coming into it with like hardly a plan at all, and then just being like, well, here we go. And someone had come into chat earlier and pointed out like this is a great way to do it in like the name of like inspiration, is like we're literally in a realm. We don't have any tools at our disposal or like mods or anything. Like it is literally just log in and go, you know?
You know what? I was kind of thinking that earlier, like even because somebody asked if we had world edit, and I was like, you know what? I'm kind of glad we didn't even have that.
Yeah.
Like, sure, it quickens things up, but then I feel like you start to like hem and haw too much over things, where like if you have to build it by hand, you kind of have to commit at some point. Because you're like, I'm not destroying this to do it again.
Yeah. You kind of make it work instead of giving up on things is easy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we made it work. I think it was a huge success. Like, it's super cute. So
I think the best part is once I get this added into the main world, it is distinctly not something that I built on my own, because it's got that very drift level of like exterior detail, and like it's like the fine print, but like detail, you know?
Yeah, it's like the little like signature, like the little I put like a heart on my eyes when I write my name, you know? Like that's it.
Exactly.
That's what I was like noticed all along, where I was like, this is a perfect blend of our styles. Like it's wild how, and also one thing that I really liked how once we got like the shape and everything done, we both kind of innately knew what to do, and we both started cooking in our own way.
Yep.
And it's just like
That's awesome.
both of our strengths combined.
Heck yeah.
Giga build.
So I actually, this is a perfect timing because we're getting ready to wrap. So I actually know who the next person's going to be in this world. It's actually going to be a week from today.
Okay.
They're not usually going to be that frequent, but a week from today, the sniffer themselves is joining. We're going to have Meggie on here.
Oh my gosh. Really?
Yes.
Oh, yes. This is perfect. This is perfect. I cannot wait to see what you both cook up.
Yep. And we'll probably put it like right next to this or something.
You have to. Yes, you have to. Wow, I feel so honored that I'm your first guest. You invited me on this. Can I just say thank you so much again? Like, this was so fun, and I learned so much.
Heck yeah. Glad to hear it.
And
yeah,
wow,
we'll definitely... I'll go through like having a bunch of people, but we'll also have instances where we bring people back and do other stuff and all of that, so.
Oh, I would absolutely be down anytime, dude.
Sweet.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. I'm gonna dip. I've gotta go get my tooth fixed, so.
Oh, that's not, that's not great.
It's all right. You know, too much Dr. Pep, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, is that 24 spice?
Yep, I got a case of the Dr. Pep, so...
Now you gotta go to the worst place in the whole world, the dentist.
Exactly, the dentist.
Ooh,
it's
yikes.
okay.
Yeah. All right.
All right, thanks so much, dude. This has been so fun.
Heck yeah.
All right, I'll catch you later.
See you later.
Bye!
Okay. All right, chat. We did it. We did it, at least for the most part. You gotta connect your better Twitch TV and 70 views channel? Yeah, apparently. I keep forgetting that's a thing. But this is where we got. So next time you see this build, well, you'll probably see it next week when we are doing this with Meggie, but I'll get this wrapped up at some point. I'll get this kind of finished up, and then we'll have this in a future episode of Inspire added into the world. There's no telling what episode it'll be, but you know, the next time it makes sense for me to add this, like the next time I'm trying to work on an episode and I'm like, yep, this is like the perfect time, that's when I'll get it added. So who knows? It could be, well, it's not going to be tomorrow's episode. You can count on that. It's probably not going to be next week's episode. There's a chance it is. I don't think it will be, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say at the moment, but it'll make its way in one of the future episodes. Also, don't forget that tomorrow is an episode of Inspire that gets released. So we'll be live, except we'll be live on Twitch, where we're normally always streaming, and we will be in our mainstream world over there, and then episode premieres, we'll go watch that, we'll come back, we'll keep streaming over there. All that good stuff. So 2 stream days in a row, and then the rest of the week should be pretty normal. Saturday, there's a surprise. I don't think I can talk about it, so I will not yet, but that'll be a thing. And also, this weekend, expect a movie-length episode of Inspire. We have the 5th episode going up tomorrow. So this weekend, I am going to put all 5 episodes into a movie, and I'll upload the movie-length like feature of the start of Inspire. It'll be like, I don't know. It'll probably be a little clickbaity. It'll be like first 500 days, and I don't know. We'll do something. It won't be too clickbaity, but a little bit. But you'll know. The really long one, it's the 5 episodes that have already gone up. But if you want to like binge all 5 at once, it'll be a long episode that'll work for that. But anyway, how's it going, Rofa? Love you guys. And heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah, appreciate it. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's some finishing touches need to be added, but I think it's gonna look great once we get the water. Once we get the actual pond in, like once we put it in the world, I think this turned out great. I think we did a really good balance of like, I did a lot of like this down here, like little terraforming bits, and then I did like the organic up there, and I did a little bit on the house, like with the roof and everything. But I think where Drift shines the best is like just this detail, this like house exterior, like cottagecore kind of aesthetic to it. So the fact that Drift did all of this, I think is perfect, because that's really like Drift's thing. So getting that implemented into the build, I think worked out perfectly, where we were able to do that. And I don't even do organics. Like, I can do organics, apparently, but it's not really my thing, you know what I mean? Like, I've done so few that trying to like put this together was a bit of like a new challenge to me as well, to try and make that happen. But I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I really like those rocks, and I think once we get the water in place, that little water stream will be sold a little bit better as well. But dude, I like it. I like it. We did really good. Smaller details is what she kills. Yeah, it's got that Drift touch. I think that's something that we'll definitely try to aim for in all of these collabs that we do, is like, who am I working with? Can I get their like signature touch into the build? You know what I mean? Like, we got Drift's detail in this one, but with whoever else we work with, right? Like, can we get that like specific feel? Like, you can tell that they were a part of it if you're already familiar with what they've done. You know what I mean? But it's good. I like it. It's really good. I have not eaten yet today, though, so I definitely need to do that. If you guys want this reference image that's down here, I'm going to post that in the Discord for you guys. So if you guys wanted to see the reference image just a little bit better, I will make that available to you guys over there as well. Make a Drift armor stand for the front porch. We'll have to see. We'll have to come up with a way to do something cool, like, on the builds. If it's an armor stand, it would be like a scuffed vanilla armor stand, because like, when I say the world is vanilla, it's like very vanilla, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even have like data packs on there for anything outside of like anti-Enderman grief, but we'll see. We'll come up with like a way to like tie in the person or whatever, because I think that would be cool. But yeah, the biggest thing was like the accessibility. So I didn't want to have, I wanted you to be able to like do everything we do in this series, just like on a fresh instance, right? Like, there's no like, well, you do kind of need this mod or data pack or texture pack or whatever, you know? But anyway, this is weird because we're on YouTube and the raid's not really, that doesn't really happen. But I tell you what, let me see here. We can make our own raid. We can make our own raid. How does that sound? We can, like, it'll be a manual. It won't be on YouTube, but it'll be a manual, like, scuffed. We'll do our best. Okay? We'll do our best. Here. Let me see. Let me get a raid message here. We're going to send you guys to Meggy. I'll count you down. We'll all go to Meggy, but we'll get a custom raid message here, and I'll tell you when to start doing it. One moment. We need to include Sniffa. Here, we'll just keep it simple. Drip, by the way, there you go. Sniffa raid from YouTube or something. All of you guys who want to jump over there, get that copied, and then have a Meggy tab up. Have a Meggy tab up. Here's Meggy's link right there, if you want to have the tab ready. And we'll count you guys down, and once I count you down, I will end our stream and we'll be good to go. I'll be back tomorrow on Twitch. Be around in Discord in the meantime. Sniff a raid from YouTube or something. Get that copied. Let me know when you're ready. One in chat when you're ready. One in chat when you're ready. One in chat when you're ready. Make sure everyone's good to go here before we send you guys over. All right, everyone got your raid message? All right, sweet. We're gonna go over to Meggy. We have Meggy on next week, Tuesday, the next Inspire collab. Can't wait for it. Heck yeah. Meggy's doing some Cobblemon, so it should be a fun time. All right, chat. You may now raid in. You may now post the message, and I'm out. I'll see you guys. I'll post as soon as I see the first person post, and then we'll start the train. We'll start the train. You're good to go. You're free to go. Raid into there, and there we go. All right, goodbye.